You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. Post and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Goal. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville!
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. A little bit of a slower docket today in Major League Baseball, but the big one tonight, 7:20 first pitch. We'll have it right here on Braves Country HD YouTube channel. Atlanta versus New York. It'll be Spencer Strider night going up against Justin Verlander. Last night, the man of the hour was Michael Harris II. Hit a big 2-run home run. The game-winning RBIs, had a great catch at the wall. And he was asked about that along with Ronald Acuna Jr.'s catch at the wall in a key part of the game.
It felt good. I mean, really, I just give all the credit to Marcelo Zuna. Yesterday, I was a little down on myself, and he came to me during the game and told me what I can do and what I have done. So just believe in myself and trust that I'm, I guess, one of the baddest guys out there. And, that just goes to show a lot about him. And he told me my season was starting last night of my last at bat, and ever since then, been having good at bats, hitting the ball hard, and seeing it good.
The defense he saw from both you and Acuna. I think I'll just ask you what you thought about Ronald's with the bases loaded and the importance of that in that moment.
I mean, he's incredible. He's showing why he's, I guess, the best left player in the league. He does it in defense and in offense. So he's huge for our team, and he's been doing it all year.
What does it feel like to be doing this against your rivals?
It feels good. I mean, coming out here playing a tough team and just playing our game. We're not trying to put too much pressure on ourselves, and I mean, just coming out here and trying to do us.
Here's Mets starting pitcher Max Scherzer about giving up the runs after a very good start, but the Braves got him in the end.
You win and lose ball games on your last 15 pitches. I mean, that's usually typically where the game's won and lost. And tonight I had 2 outs and nobody on there in the 6th inning, and they were able to get a double, a single, and a single, and that kind of changed the game.
Atlanta Braves will square off with the Mets again tonight, 7:20 first pitch, right here on Braves Country HD. Find us on YouTube, subscribe, and like today. Rest of the Major League Baseball schedule looks like this. Got a couple of games going on during the daytime. We'll keep you up to date on those as the show rolls along. At 4:05 Eastern, Yankees and White Sox will begin their doubleheader. Game was not played yesterday because of the air quality with the fires from Canada coming down into the United States. Also today, game between Washington and the Arizona Diamondbacks to be played in D.C. It was postponed because of air quality. should be made up June 22nd at Nationals Park. Another game being made up today because of the air quality in Philadelphia. Tigers versus Phillies. That game is at 6:05. Holton versus Wheeler. Phillies minus 250 on the money line. Over under is 7.5. If you're looking to bet the Braves tonight, they're minus 195 on the money line. Over under 8.5. In that Yankees-White Sox doubleheader, Lance Lynn versus Severino. In the day game, the nightcap has Clevenger versus Vasquez. Astros and Blue Jays are back at it tonight, 7:07 first pitch. Great pitching matchup as Framber Valdez will square off with Jose Barrios. It's an even line, over under is 8. Red Sox are at the Guardians. Dermody versus Savale. Game can be caught on ESPN Plus. Cleveland minus 145, over under 8.5. And the night tilt, Cubs are at the Angels. That's a 9:38 first pitch. Drew Smyly versus Reed Detmers. Smyly comes in with a 5-3 and 3.56 ERA. Detmers 0-5 with a 5.15. Los Angeles minus 130 on the money line. Over under is 9. NBA will take a night off after Denver pounds the Miami Heat. They'll resume tomorrow night down in Miami. Nuggets lead that series 2-1. The National Hockey League, you have the Panthers trying to get back into the series. Golden Knights are in Florida. 8 o'clock Eastern on TNT. Florida's minus 120 on the money line. Over under is 6. Las Vegas leads the series 2-0. The next 2 games are down in Sunrise, Florida. If there is a game 5, they'll go back to Las Vegas. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. We got the brooms out, baby. Let's go for that sweep. Big Apple, my rear.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. He's the all-American man. Yeah, the armchair.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I would hope you're doing as great as I am as the Atlanta Braves 7:20 first pitch coming up here on Braves Country HD. We're going for the sweep against the New York Mets. When we started this series, the biggest thing, well, I wanted to make sure we didn't get swept, and obviously the focus was to win the series, but to win it in the fashion that they have already won the series. Now we're just trying to put the icing on top of the cake, right? Once again, down 4-1, once again in the 6th inning, and once again, here come your Atlanta Braves. And you heard the sound bites all day long. I've got Snicker coming up here in 1 second. Going to play the sound bite from him after the game, talking about just the overall team, Michael Harris getting back on track, hopefully. We hope this is not, a one and done. He had some hits recently, and you thought he'd gotten back on track, and then he regressed again. So, and I did find it very interesting that he said that Ozuna's the one that kind of went to him and kind of calmed him down and told him, hey, your season starts today. He was referring to yesterday. I love the fact that he dropped a bunt. I don't know why more guys with his type of speed don't do that more often. You would open up so many things if you had the threat of the bunt. Ozzie Albies, he needs to master the bunt. A push bunt just to keep because here's the thing with Ozzie Albies, when everyone always wants to turn him around and make him a left-handed hitter. Well, a lot of that would change if you had the threat of the bunt, because you wouldn't be able to play him in any kind of a pull scenario. You'd have to have your third baseman right there on the grass, which means the shortstop's got to play pretty honest. Same thing with Harris. If you got to worry about them dropping a bunt down the third base line. I was glad to see Harris do it. I love the fact that Snicker said he didn't even expect it, because you never know if these things are called. So let me go ahead and play the Snicker clip real quick, and then we'll dive back into this as the Braves are getting ready to take on the Mets. And we get the win tonight. We're 8.5 out in front. And how about that heading into the middle of June? Here is Brian Snicker.
No, it's great. It's great. I think probably the bunt, that's kind of something that, something little like that. It's not little because it's hard to do, but it's a kind of thing that can get you off the mat and get you going, and kind of did.
Did he surprise you there with the bunt?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think the only other time I saw him bunts when I had him sacrifice in Miami last year in the last game of the year. That's good. That could be a very good weapon for him. I'm just happy for him. He's been working really hard and grinding it out. And it's not easy when you're not going good. And, he's experiencing some things for the first time. But the credit to him, it hadn't affected his defense at all. And you know what? He's going to give himself a chance to right the ship.
Do you think he'll be better because of what he's dealt with?
All these guys are bitter with the adversities they deal with. Some of them never have it till they get here. And it's adversity and struggle is part of this business, and you're never going to stay away from it. The entire time you play it, you're going to have it. No matter who you are in this game, you're never going to completely figure it out, never be without another hill to climb. That's just part of it.
When you play those two catches,
oh my God. Yeah. Huge. Unbelievable. They're Gold Glove caliber outfielders.
Does that one early inning where you guys string it together with some of the infield hits show you kind of just the value of putting it in play?
Yeah. No, absolutely. When you don't strike out and you put it in play, you have a chance to do something really good and you get a hit. And, just the value of putting the ball in play, I think, especially now without the shift and all, and it is big.
Let's see how far Mets come in the last week or two.
It's really been good, yeah. Iggy was down, so he's been throwing really well, and good. And again, there you go. It's just like we're talking about a guy coming through adversity and handling it and giving themselves a chance to get on the other side of it.
10 strikeouts, but you feel like, especially those last two innings, felt like you had a lot of good swings.
Yeah, no, we had some good at-bats off of him. He was really, really good tonight. But you know what? It's you just have to keep putting up good at bat after good at bat, and he's going to make pitches, and he's you look at it, he's a Hall of Famer. And probably one of the most competitive guys out there. And but it's you just have to kind of just keep having a good at bat as best as you can.
You never want to see someone get hurt. How about when you hurt? It was just a bruise.
Yeah, I'm glad. No, I don't want to ever see anybody get hurt. And so I'm glad that they said the x-rays were negative, so I'm happy for him. Yeah, that's good.
Michael's going to be the story tonight, but I feel like there's a lot of guys with big moments. If you look at Murph's homer, Arcia down the line, Riley had big hits. What's a difference maker in this game that maybe wouldn't be Michael?
I don't know. You know what? This whole team's tenacity is a difference maker in a lot of games. I think, is that they're never out of a game. I think if they got an out and a strike left, as we shown the other day, they have a chance to win a game. And they've been like that for a long time. And I think that's probably the biggest story is just these guys never stop. They're tenacious as all get out. And, you got to play a hard 27 to beat them.
So that was Brian Snicker. That was after the game last night. And you just got to love that. Well, first of all, for everyone that was going during the game, and obviously we had fun with it during the broadcast, but none of us wanted to see Pete Alonso get hurt. And you could just tell by the moment that he threw that ball that there was no way on God's green earth that was intentional. I've seen a lot of baseball in my time, and when the guy did it, and he did it intentionally. And I go back to McGill of the Mets when he hit Acuna in the doubleheader in New York. I don't know if it was necessarily quote unquote intentional, but he did not care one iota that he hit Acuna. You can tell that there's no love lost between the two. Because he had a wry smile, and you don't see that normally when a guy hits a guy. Morton, when he hit him, and they don't all have to do this, but he went down towards his knees, kind of collapsed like, I can't believe I just hit him. Because the thing about Morton when he hit him, first of all, when Charlie Morton normally hits a batter, it's normally with that backdoor curveball on the plant leg to a left-handed hitter. I can't tell you how many times I've seen him do that. When he hits a guy with the fastball, Morton, you could tell, did not want that to happen. And he doesn't want to be known as the guy who's going out there because, look, we kind of talked about it on the broadcast last night. But the fact of the matter is 10 years ago, I could see someone intentionally hitting Alonso for what he said in game number 1 when he started doing the throw it again. The game has changed to the point of, I still think you can't show up guys to a certain degree, but just running your lips from the dugout's not going to get you thrown at. It just isn't. It's just what it does is it fires the other team up, and you might want to lay low when you're at the time 6.5 games out. And you have a 3-run lead in the 3rd inning, right? So I did not think that they were going to go after him. Now there were some Mets fans coming into our broadcast saying, "Oh, they're going to go after Acuna now, eye for an eye." And all I could think of, and I mentioned it in passing once or twice last night. Well, what about when they definitely threw in on Acuna, and because they threw in the fastball, they hit him in the hand. Acuna didn't end up being injured, but he did pull out of the game, and you could tell that when McGill threw the ball, it was somewhat intentional. So anyways, glad to see that. Glad to see Harris. Maybe this gets him going. And I really would like to see that this is not the only time that he does this just to get himself off the schneid, dropping a bunt. I'd like to see it to become a part of his everyday. He's never dropped a bunt every single day, but I'm talking about if you go out there and see him play 5-6 times a week, I'd like to see at least one. Just have it in the back of their mind that he could do it, because if all he's got to do is get it down with his speed, the defense is toast. So their only other way for them to combat that is they're going to have to bring the guys in. And you from time to time, you'd almost like to see him drag it, not just a push bunt, but hey, let's drag it towards the first base mound or first base side, so that the first baseman has to be even closer in on the grass. And then if you got them constantly playing in on the corners, you're talking about when you do get a hold of one and it sizzles down the right field or left field line, past the first or third base bag. Not much of a chance of someone making a play on that. And with that being said, I'd love to see Ozzy start doing it. Not necessarily from the right-hand side, but from the left-hand side, I would love to see Ozzy Albies go out there and start dropping the bunch from the left-hand side just to keep him honest. Like I said, like once a week. I'm not saying make it like clockwork when they know it's coming. The third at bat every Tuesday, we're going to drop it. No, I'm saying keep it in the back of their mind of, hey, we better beware. We better beware. A lot of Major League Baseball going on this weekend. It's going to be a baseball weekend. So here's hoping we get the W against the Mets tonight, and then welcome in the Nationals tomorrow and dive into all that. And the Nationals are actually playing pretty decent baseball. They're still a beatable team, but it's no longer a foregone conclusion. The Braves are just going to go out there, and as long as they show up, they're going to sweep the Nats. But we'll get into that tomorrow. Braves, Mets, Game 3, Verlander versus Strider. And to me, the matchup is this. If Strider can go out and go 6 innings and give us a quality start, 6 innings, preferably 2 runs or less, but you could live with 3. Braves have a very good chance of winning that game. Verlander has not been Verlander-like, and they ought to be able to get to him in the second and third time through the order. So just keep yourself in the conversation and get to that Mets bullpen. We saw what happened. We saw what happened just last night, but the last couple of nights. All right. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, Doug and Steve are going to jump on, and Steven's heading down to the NHL game number 3 Stanley Cup Finals. And we're going to talk a little baseball, talk a little football, whole lot of stuff going on a Thursday, and Joey's on the way. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD. Braves Country today on 99.1 FM WQEE. You're listening to WQEE.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up. It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit gohoots.com. That's gohoots.com.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
I don't believe what I'm saying. Where you been all your lives? At an orgy? Listening to Mick Jagger music and bad-mouthing your country, I'll bet. Use your peripheral vision. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, every time I say understand, I want the whole group to say, yes, sir. Understand? Yes, sir. Understand? Yes, sir. Now, I know why most of you are here. We're not stupid. Before you get to sell what we teach you over at United Airlines, you have to give the Navy 6 years of your life, sweet pea. Lots of things can happen in 6 years. Another war can come up in 6 years.
Welcome back, 99.1 FM WQEE. And for those listening on 99.1 FM WQEE. Chatahoots off tonight, but they'll be back in action Friday and Saturday. We'll get that scheduled to you here in a second. Tonight on Braves Country HD here on YouTube, the Atlanta Braves, New York Mets. Get it. Welcoming on to the show is Mr. Doug. Doug, how are you today?
Doing good. Doing good. Red's doing good. I'm loving it right now. Didn't do well today, but I didn't expect it. But it's great to take a series from a team we're not supposed to be even in the same class with.
And I thought we had, well, let me go ahead and change this up a little bit here. Thought we had Steven on the line, but I don't see him. I think he's disappeared. He's heading down to the game, so there might be a situation where he's being having an issue getting on. We'll wait to see if he shows up, because they could be in a bad pocket. They're driving down towards what's it called, Sunrise, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I see him reappearing here. We'll try this one. Oh yeah, was the window down?
No, I just happened to hit that one part of Florida that is just a dead spot. I've been listening to the show perfectly fine. The moment you bring me in, it's like, no, I don't want to work anymore.
Your audio is pretty. Sounds like you're distant. You should have had Brian allow you to ride inside the truck, not in the bed in the back.
Well, I was trying to make it, an entertaining ride for everybody.
All right, just try to speak up, because, like I said, it's kind of hard to hear you. All right, let's go ahead and get into this. So, real quick with the Major League Baseball, quick update. Brewers lead the Orioles 3-0. That game's in the fifth. Man, that game is moving. That thing only started like an hour ago. And then Rockies and Giants, they're tied up at 1. And I don't know what I have on this other channel. I've got some kind of, looks like backyard tennis tournament. It doesn't even look like these people know what they're doing. All right. Anyways, that's what's going on right now in Major League Baseball. And, of course, we've got the scoreboard scrolling underneath. So there you have that. I believe the Dodgers held on and beat the Reds. Is that right? Yeah. Kershaw today. I kind of figured that was going to be a foregone conclusion. But Doug, your Reds actually playing pretty good baseball.
Yeah, they gave as good as they got for the last 2 days. I mean, with De La Cruz coming up, that was a big, exciting moment watching him play, and just plugging him in offensively. I mean, we scored 17 runs in 2 games against them, 9, and we scored 17 runs against them. So in 2 games, so I can't complain at all. I mean, they look fabulous out there.
And Steven, you got I think the Marlins are off today, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, we had that 3-game series against the Oakland, and then
you had a 14-game series against the Royals. It feels like every time I looked up, they were playing the Royals again. I'm like, what the hell is this? Is this homecoming week?
I mean, I'm not complaining with those 2 opponents. It really helped our record.
Oh, I bet it has. I know. I want to say Marlins are on a 6-game winning streak, so they're actually in the hunt. And I told you beginning of the year, Marlins were going to be a playoff contender. And you kind of I don't know.
I said that too. I said you'd win 90 games by the time.
When you got pitching, you've got a chance in Major League Baseball. And I think the Marlins are doing a great job as far as, I think one of the keys for the Marlins would be the fact that they are taking care of the bums, because they're going to struggle against the better teams. But if you go out there, I want to say they went 6-0 versus Oakland and Kansas City. If you do that, you give yourself a hell of a chance to at least make a wild card.
Yeah.
Trying to see who they have next up on the docket. You've got let me see. Marlins are at the White Sox. I mean, honestly, it doesn't get that much more difficult. You're going on the road, but the White Sox, let's be honest, White Sox are not a good baseball team this year.
Yeah, give me all the Lance Lynn.
Yeah, he's pitching today, so I don't know if you'll miss him. I would say you'll probably miss him because I think he's pitching today. They got a doubleheader in New York, and because of the air quality, I don't know if they've already canceled the game in Washington. I just have my doubts on whether or not these games are going to get played, but we'll see what happens. They right now they've scheduled the first game at 4:00. It hasn't been called yet, so maybe they are actually going to get that. But you look at the next week, and the Marlins are going to play the White Sox, and then they go to the Mariners. Now, the Mariners can be tough, but they're not playing very good baseball right now. So
yeah, but that's a matchup that worries me.
Leaving any road trip in Major League Baseball is always going to be tough. And what do you got here? Next weekend, the Marlins are then they go to the Nationals. And to me, that's actually a fun series.
Yeah.
It's kind of like strength against weakness because the Nationals have proven one thing: they can score. They've got bad pitching, and the Marlins are vice versa, right? So that should be an interesting 10 days. You're headed down to Sunrise to catch the Game 3. What are your thoughts going into that thing down 2-0?
I mean, it was a brutal 2 games in Vegas. Like the actual Vegas seems to think that Florida's the favorite tonight. And it could just be due to positive regression. I think it's going to be a lot more competitive than what we saw Game 1, Game 2. But this is a do or die game. Like if the Panthers don't come out and win tonight, that series is over.
Yeah. This is the series, because if the Panthers lose, it's over. There's no even. To me, if you're the Panthers, you don't even want to even win Game 4 because it just means you got to get on the plane, right?
Yeah, but
if they win tonight, then you've got a puncher's chance because you got the opportunity to tie it up. But even if you don't tie it up, let's say Vegas goes in there and wins 1, right? It's not out of the realm of possibility in hockey to win 3 in a row, but it's pretty damn difficult to win 4 in a row. It's happened, but you're really putting yourself against the 8 ball.
Yeah, it's going to be a real intense night, and this really is the turning point of the NHL season. And
How far away are y'all from the stadium right now?
I'd say about 2.5 hours.
Man, Cobb is getting pounded in Colorado right now, by the way. He is getting
right.
Bottom of the first, and he's actually pitched pretty well in difficult places, but he does not have it today. And what's funny, the way he's got his hat cocked up, it reminds me of back when Will Smith would get pounded in Atlanta. They could be doppelgangers right now. Where he's just like, can I leave the game? Can I get me a cold one? Can I watch Game 3? I'm done with this. This is over. So I remember he went into the series. Who were they playing down there? San Diego, down in Mexico, when Game 1 was such a high-scoring game, and he came in Game 2 and he was dealing. I think he gave up 1 earned run. Before we get into anything else, have y'all seen the new expansion ideas for the new Jacksonville Jaguars stadium that's supposed to? It's not a new stadium. They're supposed to expand the current one and do a lot of renovations. And the whole thing's supposed to take place over the next 3 or 4 years. Have y'all seen the models?
Oh, it looks beautiful. If anything, just give all the money to whoever rendered those images, because it looks like it's going to be SoFi Stadium at kind of SoFi Stadium light.
Have you had a chance to see them yet, Doug?
I saw a brief glimpse. I was just happy they got the money to do this, because there was a rumor going out that they weren't sure how much money they were going to put to having this done. So I was just thrilled that the money is there to have it done.
Yeah, and so one of the reasons why I bring it up, because we're right here in Bulldog country, right, on 99.1 FM, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Georgia-Florida game is going to end up taking a 2-year hiatus from Jacksonville while they do renovations. Now, the other thing they were talking about There's a strong possibility this happens. I still don't understand if they are going to play in Jacksonville, why the hell couldn't they play the Georgia-Florida game? But anyways, there's another interesting concept that I heard talking about today that's been batted around, is that not only would the Georgia-Florida game be gone for 2 years, but there's talk about the Jaguars being gone for 2 years, not playing in the city of Jacksonville for 2 years.
That was a big consideration and debate coming up. But the thing that comes to my mind when I hear that is they have to have some kind of home stadium, because when you become an NFL franchise, that's one of the qualifying things that makes you a franchise, is that you agree to the NFL that you have some type of home stadium. So they have to come up with some kind of stadium to play in. They have to.
The only two options I can think of in that region are the Swamp and a little farther south in Orlando, where the
they're not going to play in the Swamp.
Orlando hockey team plays. That's just where else has a
they would play
that can support an NFL team in that area.
So it would be most likely Orlando, but then there's another concept that's been batted around, and that is you play about half of your games in Orlando, and the other half you play across the pond in London.
Yeah,
I can see that.
And that would lay the groundwork for, maybe not the Jaguars are involved in it long term, but in our lifetime we're going to see a division of the National Football League in Europe. It's going to happen. I'd be willing to bet the next 20 years we get it. But you're going to have to put a whole division. You can't just put one team over there.
Yeah.
You could do it with Jacksonville for a couple of years of doing like 4 games, right? Because they would just play 4 teams that come over and see them. But to put an entire team over in Europe, you've got to put a division over there.
Well, isn't that kind of in play? Doesn't Jacksonville already have 2 or 3 games scheduled in Europe this year alone?
Yeah, they normally play 2.
Yeah.
But what they're talking about is possibly playing, because with the new NFL schedule, what you have is 9 home games one year and you have 8 games the next year, right?
Right.
And so what they're talking about doing is they could do a couple things. One of the things that's been tossed around is for those 2 years, they just get 8 home games, and when they finally get their new stadium, they would get 9 home games back to back, right?
Right.
But regardless whether they go 9 or whether they go 8, no matter how they want to do that, what they would do is that they would play 4 games in London and the rest, whether it's 4 or 5, in Orlando. It's the same stadium that holds the bowl games down there. I can't remember the name of the actual stadium in Orlando, but the one that
Camping World Stadium.
Is that the name of the actual stadium? Camping World?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I thought that was the name of the bowl game. Okay, so Camping World, yeah. So, and I could see that being beneficial for the entire fan base to grow, because now you get people down in Orlando who may have been on the fence. Am I a Buccaneers fan? Am I a Dolphins fan? Well, the Jaguars are coming down here to play. And could that open up the door down the road? You go down there and play once a year down in Orlando. Which,
yeah,
why not? Why not go down there and take advantage?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
So anyways, a lot of interesting stuff there that's being batted around. And when you look at it, what they're talking about is the next couple of years, Florida Georgia is going to remain in Jacksonville. And after that, they're going to play probably a home and home while they do the renovations. And then it's up in the air. I just really hope Jacksonville does not lose Florida Georgia. It would be a shame. It's been such an iconic setting in Southeastern football. The only one that even compares and even rivals it is the Red River Shootout with Texas and Oklahoma. I just hope they do whatever they got to do. And, it's like Stevens was talking about how great that stadium is. Man, you see that new stadium, if you don't want the Florida Georgia game there, come on now. I mean, that's big time.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the renderings, but they have an example of the Florida-Georgia game, and I mean, man, that was one of the best things I've ever seen.
The only thing I haven't seen is him explain where all the parking is going to be, but we all know how that normally is in most cities. You're going to be parking on somebody's lawn for $35.
Yeah.
Welcome to Southeastern football. All right, well, speaking of football, let's go ahead and do our draft, and then we get into some baseball talk. We are in the middle of our all-time fantasy football draft. I want to make sure Doug and Steven get their picks in today because we're trying to move this along. And I won't go through the entire draft. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to mention who y'all have drafted so far, because we're going to get to a point where it's going to be too deep to mention them all. With the number 1 pick, Trosh took Priest Holmes. What we're doing is we're taking an all-time team, all-time players, but you got to pick 2 of their seasons. After that, we'll explain all that down the road, but we're going to take those 2 seasons, and that's how we're going to decide who wins week 3. All right, so Priest Holmes 2002, 2003, and then Doug, you sniped Peyton Manning in front of Joey 2004 and 2013. I was hoping for some reason Joey wasn't going to draft Marvin Harrison the first 2 rounds. And I was hoping one of y'all would snipe him again. But anyways, he did draft.
Probably would have done it.
Right. He did draft Marvin Harrison. So, with the first pick, it goes to Doug. Doug, where are you going?
Okay, I'm going to go with running back, and I'm going with Marshall Faulk, 1999 and 2000.
Marshall Faulk, that's a great pick.
Man, he had to do it to me.
I'm sorry, Steven. I seem to do this to everybody. I'm sorry.
What years again?
99 and 2000.
Okay. Figured he was going to go pretty soon. Marshall Faulk changed fantasy football. For folks who were not playing fantasy football in 1999-2000 area, Marshall Faulk changed fantasy football because for the first time, you legitimately had to figure out PPRs, running backs who would actually catch out of the backfield and be explosive. Before that, we were playing in leagues where we were giving you double points for reception yards from your running back because it happened so little. So it was almost PPR before PPR existed. Right. So, for instance, as opposed to getting 1 point every 10 yards, you were getting 2 points every 10 yards because that's just the way we viewed running backs back then. And Marshall Faulk came on the scene and went, uh-oh, we got to change these damn rules. Now, we still play with it for the next 3 or 4 years like that. We eventually cut it out. It changed fantasy football. All right, Trosh, you drafted Priest Holmes 02-03 with your first pick. You got back-to-back picks. Where are you going?
Whew. Man, I mean, this is kind of throwing me for a loop here.
You got the whole universe of football. You had a week to think about it. Come on.
Oh, I know, but he took the only option.
Oh, the only option in the entire the entire history of the National Football League.
No. So I'm going to stick at running back as well. This is one of my this was one of my backup picks. Give me Emmitt Smith.
Which years are you going with?
95, and I'll get back to you on the second year.
Okay. Just text it to me. All right, so Emmitt Smith, and then who is your second pick?
So I'm just checking the draft board.
So Steven's got Priest Holmes and Emmitt Smith, and what we're doing on this is we've got 2 quarterback league, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and 2 flexes, and then we're going to have a 3-man bench, and it's a best ball. So there's not going to be any, I mean, for obvious reasons, it's a best ball. And then as far as the week that it lands on, that's going to be totally done by basically randomness. We're going to draw the numbers on the show and have some fun with that leading up to football. We're not going to play a 16-week season. I got to figure out how long this draft will take, and then we'll go from there. But first ever all-time fantasy football draft. All right, where are you going, Steven? Don't be like the Vikings and get your pick sniped.
No, I'm going to go the great Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice. All right. I figured he was.
They're winning my pick, so we're even now.
I figured there was no way he was going to make it back down to me. If he did for some reason, Jerry Rice would have been gone. That's a long way to go. Jerry Rice, what years?
1995, and it looks like 1994.
Okay. All right. So, Doug and Steven, while Doug's making his pick, if you could look up the Emmitt Smith year 95 and what you want the other one to be greatly appreciated. Doug, so he goes Emmitt Smith, Jerry Rice, Priest Holmes. You've got Peyton Manning, Marshall Faulk. Where are you going next?
I'm going to go back to running back. I'm going to go old school, and I'm going to go O.J. Simpson, 1973 and 1975.
O.J. Simpson.
Bold move, God.
I don't see anything controversial about that. Okay.
Nope, not at all.
1975, and what was the other year?
1973.
Okay. All right, OJ, the juice is loose. Then he stole those paintings or whatever the hell he stole. I can't remember what he stole in that. Ooh, what an idiot.
Yeah.
They're going to throw the book at you, man. Got away with murder. They're going to throw the book at you.
All right, so the 2 years on Emmitt Smith, 1995, 1992.
92. Okay. I think, wasn't that their first Super Bowl year, 92? Somewhere in that neighborhood, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere, yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what, if you could draft it, I would draft that offensive line for the Dallas Cowboys. Holy cow, was that an offensive line?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a real quick break. When we come back, we'll talk some baseball and get the locks and everything else. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country today, 99.1 FM.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up. It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit gohoots.com. That's gohoots.com.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins.
Little Bites?
That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute?
I love Little Bites.
I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay?
Got it.
As I was saying, whenever I bring home you-know-what, you-know-who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high-fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious.
I love Little Bites.
Here you go.
Yes.
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
Look, I got some bad news. I guess there isn't a good way to tell you something like this. Your goduncle died. My goduncle? There's no such thing as a god uncle. Yes, there is. It's your godfather's brother. You remember your god uncle, Charlie. Oh. Yeah, as much as I'd like to pay my respects, catch up with my god cousins, and meet the god neighbors, I have some urgent business that just can't wait until later.
All right, here's your popcorn and the remote. There, enjoy your show.
Welcome back. Yeah, I see the comment, Dan Marino 1984. That was actually my first pick underwater. I took Marino and I took Jim Brown. I got the last pick of the draft, so I went back to back there. Doing our all-time NFL fantasy football draft, and that'll continue next hour. Joey's got to make his pick. We're just kind of dragging it out throughout the summer. Give us something to do. I had to order my college football magazines for the first time. They're not in the immediate area. I'm sure somebody's selling them somewhere, but I wasn't going to drive all over town looking for them. But that's a new one. And to me, I don't care what anyone says. There's something about actually having the magazine itself and not having it on your iPad or whatever. Because normally these magazines, I use them during the show. And as the last thing I need is one more window open. I mean, you wouldn't believe the junk that I have opened up during a show, during all the production stuff, right? I don't need one or two more windows, slowing down the mothership over here is pumping it out. And so I've still, what brought it to my mind was I was listening to a show this morning that was coming out of Georgia, and the guy was giving him a hard time. He goes, I bet you're the only one that still buys those magazines. I was like, no, sir. No, sir, Bob. I buy them every damn year. Now, I won't buy the fantasy magazines. Those are a waste of money. But the annuals, the ones that have all the, you don't care about the depth charts at this point. You used to back in the day. Depth charts you can pull them anywhere. But it's more so for having the schedule and having like the in-depth look. And it kind of gets your motor going. Football season's almost here. So, anywho, going into the baseball that's going on today, man, are they still pounding Cobb? All right, well, I guess he settled down a little bit. 4-1 Colorado over the Giants. That game is in the bottom of the second inning.
Ooh.
And I don't remember who was. I want to say Colorado. I actually don't remember. And the Milwaukee jumped all over Bradish at the beginning of the game, up 3-0, and then there hasn't been a run scored since. They're in the sixth. I thought maybe that was going to be a shootout when they first started. So anyways, as of right now, it looks like they are going to play those games in New York and Philadelphia. I wasn't sure if that was actually going to happen.
Huh, didn't expect that.
Yeah, I mean, they were saying that the air quality, I'm no expert on this, but they're saying the air quality was in the 300s yesterday. And they were saying it was in the 200s today. And I don't know what the cutoff is, but 200 still doesn't sound very good to me. To be running around. I can't remember the name of the band, but there was an older band that was supposed to play at Yankee Stadium, and they canceled because of the air quality, because they're probably going out there on oxygen masks and everything anyways. Rays beat the Twins 4-2. That game was a final. All right, Steven, do you have anything going on in DFS tonight?
Yeah, we got a 5-game slate here. Nothing like stands out too much. I mean, pitching wise, it's going to be all about that New York Atlanta game. I'm taking it like one of Strider or Verlander's, both in some lineups. Strider's at $12,000 on DraftKings. Verlander at $8,600. I mean, purely from a price standpoint, Verlander's the pick all day, but Strider obviously has the way more upside. I also like taking Reed Detmers out. He's facing the Cubs at home, And offense-wise, I love Houston tonight. They're playing in Toronto. Jose Barrios is pitching, and he's due to get blown up. I mean, like, he had a couple early in the season. He's been lights out for a while. But I mean, like, he is due to get.
Home, though. Does that not concern you that his home splits are much better at home?
Yeah, but I mean, like, a lot of times those splits take way longer than even a full season to normalize. We've seen so much of Barrios not being good, especially at home, and this is a severely hitter-friendly ballpark. I'm going to lean towards. I'm willing to take a risk on the Houston batters. The other batters I like. The other team I like tonight, offense-wise, are the Astros. They got Drew Smyly in there. The Angels are one of the better teams against left-handed pitching, and kind of like Toronto. Los Angeles almost has the Coors effect this year.
Find it interesting that Braves met Strider versus Verlander. The over-under is actually kind of high. It's 8.5. Usually when you have the two aces like that go up against each other, it's normally around the 7.5 range for the over-under. 8.5 is a little high, and Atlanta's -195. So the analytics are showing them that they think that the Braves are going to get to Verlander. Just interesting to me because I don't know how many Braves have actually seen them.
Got a fair point.
Let me see. Okay, here are the numbers. It's not much. Olson's seen him 21 at bats, which makes sense because he's in the American League. He's 5 for 21 with 2 homers. Darno is 2 for 6. Rosario is 3 for 20. What the hell's he doing in that? 3 for 20. 4 strikeouts. Ozuna's 1 for 3. And Arcia is 0 for 2. The rest of them are not seen.
Surprised Murphy hasn't seen him being out in the AL West.
He's not in the lineup tonight.
Oh, okay.
He's getting the night off. It seems like they've been pairing up Darno with Strider quite a bit, but Darno hasn't played in a few days, so they're just getting him some at bats. But man, oh man, I'd be really thinking about benching. I know Rosario's had some big hits this week, and I get that part, but man, 3 for 20? Oof. I guarantee
you're trying to get that extra left-handed bat in there.
Yeah, but I mean, you could go Hilliard. You could go a couple of different ways if you really wanted to. If you worry about putting the left-handed bat in there. Yeah. The other thing is Acuna's never seen him. I guarantee you he's going to be sitting dead red fastball, and the first one he sees he's going to be wailing away. So if I'm Verlander, I'm throwing something just off the edge of the plate. I guarantee he chases him. Versus Strider, obviously the Mets have a much bigger man. Brandon Nimmo, I knew he batted well against him. 412 versus Strider. McNeil,
I haven't checked.
2 for 7. Lindor's 5 for 11, 455. Marte's 1 for 5. Pham's 0 for. Baez is 0 for. They're finally getting their head out of the rear, and they put Francisco Alvarez in as the designated hitter tonight.
And he's batting second.
Right. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, how much longer until they get rid of Vogelfat? I mean, this guy is just an absolute dumpster fire. I was hoping he'd be the time. He is awful. Which, I mean, I'm glad that the Mets are that foolish, but I noticed they've got Vientos in. Did they make a move? Vientos is their top prospect. He came up today. He's listed as a third baseman, but they've got him playing first because Beatty's over at third. So
Alonso's got the day off.
Well, Alonso's got the day off because they hit him in the hand last night.
Yeah, he's going to be out for 2 or 3 days. at least.
Okay. Like I was seeing he was probable like earlier this morning. That makes sense.
Yeah, he was. I would say he probably doesn't play till maybe sometime this weekend. Maybe. I mean, honestly, Engine, if you have Alonso on your fantasy team, be prepared to probably be without him for the weekend because they're not going to push him. I mean, not in June.
No, he's not going to start again until that swelling goes down.
Doug, do you have a lock and a walk off?
Oh, I got a lock for this weekend's race.
All right.
They're racing at Sonoma this weekend. Look for Tyler. My lock is Tyler Reddick's going to win this race. His car did the testing there. They've got a really, really nice setup, and he's a very good road course racer. So I'm gonna lock him as the winner this weekend at Sonoma. And my walk off real quick is, even though we lost to the Reds today, Ashcraft got struck. I think it's one of the best things that could have happened to the Reds. That guy has been a dumpster fire for weeks, and I think his problem is mental. And I think the best thing for him is to go ahead and put him on the IR and let him decide if he wants to play baseball anymore, and bring up Daniel Voigt maybe sometime this weekend.
And Steven, real quick, what's your walk off? What's your lock?
Lock, I'm going to go. I'm sticking that NASCAR game as well. Chris Buescher to be finish top 10 is even value. Over the past couple of years at road tracks, he has the highest average finish at 6.6. I love his upside. He's the only one who's finished top 10 in the past 2 years in every single race at road courses. Lock Chris Buescher into your bets and your lineups, and walk off. Just go Panthers tonight. Hopefully they can keep this series alive. And whew.
Well, I don't see an update, but Vientos is in the lineup. I thought he was still down on the farm because they complained about him on New York radio. So I'm gonna try to dig more into it to see if there was a move made with that. Steven, have fun at the game. We'll see y'all next week, and Joey's on the way. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country HD. You're listening to Braves Country Day on 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. A little bit of a slower docket today in Major League Baseball, but the big one tonight, 7:20 first pitch. We'll have it right here on Braves Country HD YouTube channel. Atlanta versus New York. It'll be Spencer Strider night going up against Justin Verlander. Last night, the man of the hour was Michael Harris II. Hit a big 2-run home run. The game-winning RBIs, had a great catch at the wall. And he was asked about that along with Ronald Acuna Jr.'s catch at the wall in a key part of the game.
It felt good. I mean, really, I just give all the credit to Marcelo Zuna. Yesterday, I was a little down on myself, and he came to me during the game and told me what I can do and what I have done. So just believe in myself and trust that I'm, I guess, one of the baddest guys out there. And, that just goes to show a lot about him. And he told me my season was starting last night of my last at-bat, and ever since then, been having good at-bats, hitting the ball hard, and seeing it good.
The defense he saw from both you and Acuna, I think I'll just ask you what you thought about Ronald's with the bases loaded and the importance of that in that moment.
I mean, he's incredible. He's showing why he's, I guess, the best player in the league. He does it in defense and in offense, so he's huge for our team, and he's been doing it all year.
What does it feel like to be doing this against your rivals?
It feels good. I mean, coming out here playing a tough team and just playing our game. We're not trying to put too much pressure on ourselves, and I mean, just coming out here and trying to do us.
Here's Mets starting pitcher Max Scherzer about giving up the runs after a very good start, but the Braves got him in the end.
You win and lose ball games on your last 15 pitches. I mean, that's usually typically where the game's won and lost. And tonight I had two outs going to be on there in the sixth inning, and they were able to get a double, a single, and that kind of changed the game.
Atlanta Braves will square off with the Mets again tonight, 7:21 pitch, right here on Braves Country HD. Find us on YouTube, subscribe, and like today. Rest of the Major League Baseball schedule looks like this. Got a couple of games going on during the daytime. We'll keep you up to date on those as the show rolls along. At 4:05 Eastern, Yankees and White Sox will begin their doubleheader. Game was not played yesterday because of the air quality with the fires from Canada coming down into the United States. Also today, game between Washington and the Arizona Diamondbacks to be played in D.C. It was postponed because of air quality. Should be made up June 22nd at Nationals Park. Another game being made up today because of the air quality in Philadelphia. Tigers versus Phillies. That game is at 6:05. Holton versus Wheeler. Phillies minus 250 on the money line. Over under is 7.5. If you're looking to bet the Braves tonight, they're minus 195 on the money line. Over under 8.5. In that Yankees-White Sox doubleheader, Lance Lynn versus Severino. In the day game, the nightcap has Clevenger versus Vasquez. Astros and Blue Jays are back at it tonight, 7:07 first pitch. Great pitching matchup as Framber Valdez will square off with Jose Barrios. It's an even line, over under is 8. Red Sox are at the Guardians. Dermody versus Savale. Game can be caught on ESPN+. Cleveland minus 145, over under 8.5. And the night tilt, Cubs are at the Angels. That's a 9:38 first pitch. Drew Smiley versus Reed Detmers. Smiley comes in with a 5-3 and 3.56 ERA. Detmers 0-5 with the 5.15. Los Angeles minus 130 on the money line. Over under is 9. NBA will take a night off after Denver pounds the Miami Heat. They'll resume tomorrow night down in Miami. Nuggets lead that series 2-1. The National Hockey League, you have the Panthers trying to get back into the series. Golden Knights are in Florida. 8 o'clock Eastern on TNT. Florida's minus 120 on the money line. Over under is 6. Las Vegas leads the series 2-0. The next 2 games are down in Sunrise, Florida. If there is a game 5, they'll go back to Las Vegas. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
You smiling?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Yes.
You sure? You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir?
Yes. No.
No?
Sir. Well, it was fun.
Not anymore, though, is it? Is it?
No, not about
No, it's not fun anymore. Not even a little bit.
Oh, baby, we're going for that sweep. Hour number 2. Joey with us. Joey, did Doug grab your guy?
I missed his pick, so I'm not sure yet. So I'm still smiling right.
Did you just roll out of Skid Row? You got a kind of a dingy T-shirt on, haven't shaved in a few days. Everything all right with you?
I'm good. You haven't shaved in a few days either. What's going on?
I'm just doing a mental health check, as they say. Or no, welfare check is what they call it now, right? Do a welfare check on your friends.
My check goes to people's welfare, I feel like these days. But
well, you do live in Chicago.
Yeah. Who did Doug take from me this time, Mr. McGee?
Oh, awesome. We got a guy from well, I don't know where he's from, but he says he's a Brazil fan, says he's at the game. So awesome. Enjoy it, man. That should be a lot of fun tonight. You got Vogelfat's out of the lineup, so if you're a Mets fan, you're telling me there's a chance, right? Braves we haven't gotten into the lineup because they're rushing the same lineup back out. The only difference is that Travis d'Arnaud's going to get the start behind home plate. He's batting fourth. Everything else is the same. And I found the answer about Mark Vientos, and this I did not know because I don't follow the Mets like I do the Braves, obviously, and I was misunderstanding what they were saying on local radio. So I pulled up his info during the break. Vientos is getting started at first base tonight. He's one of their top prospects, and he typically is known as a third baseman, but he's starting at first tonight. Beatty's going to get the third base gig. Evidently, he got called up 19 games ago. I did not know that. We have not seen him in the series. And they said that of the 19 games that he has been called up, he has played in 12. He has started in 9, so about half. So now look, he's batting 188. He's got 1 home run, 4 RBIs, but he's supposed to be one of their top prospects. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to help out the Mets in any shape or fashion, but you got to give a prospect a chance, and the only way you give him a chance is to give him at bats. You give him at bats either up in the bigs or you send him back down like the Braves did with Shoemake and Vaughn Grissom. Because when Arcia came off the IL, we knew who the better player was, so you send the kids down.
Yeah, and that's why, I look at Michael Harris, who had the game-winning home run last night. I'm glad he's still getting all of the consistent at-bats he needs because we all know this player is going to eventually get back to the big time where his numbers will reach what we think he can. But that was awesome to see yesterday. I was listening to Tones and you on the call, of course, is when you two are together. I always make sure to listen. And, man, what an exciting home run to get that game over with in 9 innings.
Yeah, that was he goes out and goes 3 for 4. That was a huge, huge game. And the other interesting thing with the Mets today is, you could call it panic time, but to me, this is just logical. They've got Francisco Alvarez up at the number 2 slot, and he's the designated hitter. And from what I've seen, every time he's on the field, outside of Pete Alonso, I think he's the second best hitter on the team. And I'm even including Lindor. Because Lindor has these peaks and valleys. I'm talking about a guy that looks like he's got a solid swing through the zone, et cetera, et cetera. Francisco Alvarez, for my money, should be DHing. I could not believe it. The last 2 nights that they had old freaking Vogelfat out there swiffing. Anything below anywhere close to his knees. First of all, I don't know who ties his cleats, but it's not him because he's not getting down that far.
Man, I love that nickname. Was there any update? You just brought up Alonso. Anything there at all after getting hit on the wrist?
The Mets said that he's day-to-day.
Okay.
So he's aren't we all, right? But
look at me, I'm hour to hour.
You're looking minute to minute over there.
This might be my last one. No, I'm here.
He's got RIP Iron Sheik on his underneath him. I didn't know if that was possibly your nickname.
Monday, RIP Joey Areola.
Did the Iron Sheik pass away or something?
He did yesterday at 81 years old. So a legend.
I'm actually amazed that he was still around. I would have thought. I just would have thought that he would have been much older than that. Because even I remember him from when I watched wrestling when I was a kid.
Yeah, he was huge in the 80s. Him and Hulk Hogan battled for many, many years.
You're supposed to. When you mentally mature past the age of 12, you quit watching wrestling.
I did, and then I turned 21, and I'm like, I'm back.
Oh, that's what it was. It was the sauce.
I took the
It was the sauce. Okay. Now it's all coming full circle.
My mom's best recipe. That sauce.
I can understand if you're saucing it up and watching that. You're watching that sober, man. You just live a sad existence. Sad existence.
I feel no pain when I watch.
I figure during the commercials, like your head's in the oven. You're living vicariously through fictitious lives.
As The Rock says, listen here, Mr. Jabroni. All right? I watch sauced up, liquored up. What?
Yeah. He didn't say much of that. Pick 6 against Florida State. And he's sitting on the sideline, mouth hanging open. Well, what is that? That's us going to the national championship, baby. That's you sitting home. Bam!
And that's why he has the XFL, because the NFL he was not ready for.
Man, nobody's ready for the XFL. Not this version.
No.
This is the only thing that's going to save them is they come in and make it live football.
Saudi takeover.
They're going to have to. They're going to have to sell their soul because they have no shot. That's the only chance they got. Saudi takeover, and they go and steal. I don't know who's going to be a free agent next year, but they go out and steal that free agent. Say, you're going to come over, play for us for $50 million a year. And whoever is out there that could possibly be that free agent go, cool, I'm in.
I really do wonder if the NBA, MLB, or NFL team will ever, a Saudi person wants to be like, hey, we want part
I think the next one to go will be the NBA.
I agree.
There's no money in the NHL, so I think they're safe. But the NBA, because you can build a pretty respectable league with very few people, right? Because if you go out, let's say you get an 8-team league over in Saudi. And in that 8-team league, you go out and get yourself, say 20, 25 superstars or 25 stars. You could build interest in a league like that. You'd be hard pressed doing it in Major League Baseball. Because people just think about, oh, well, you need 5 pitchers. Dude, you need a minor league system. There's a lot of moving parts. Same thing with the NFL, but I think football would be second most likely to go because of the popularity and the fact that if you built it right, you still don't need a minor league system. With baseball and with hockey, you need a minor league system.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I think the NBA would go first. They already sold their soul to the devil once overseas. They might as well do it again. So would not be shocked if NBA goes first.
Yeah, I had a buddy that was asking me last night. He goes, can you put this in basketball terms? Like, what in the hell happened with Messi? And I said, Messi coming over to the United States to play in the MLS is the equivalent of LeBron James at his current age going over into an Italian league to play basketball. And they're going to give him partial ownership at the end, and they're going to give him a cut of the streaming, which is what they're doing with Messi coming over to Miami. I don't know if you saw that with.
Oh, yeah, no, I saw that, and I was like, and it makes sense to me. Obviously, Lionel Messi gets to come over the United States. Everyone will love him. He gets his big paycheck. Then, MLS with Apple TV, that the ratings are going to go through the roof for his games. I already looked at the local Chicago schedule here. All the tickets are about $50 on average for his game, $350. Today, Lionel Messi's team is at 5 million Instagram followers. Yesterday, it was at 1 million followers. So the impact that's already happening with this guy coming here at the age of 35 is huge because his last World Cup performance was a good one. This is not somebody coming over like when Gordon Beckham came here and he really was.
No, it's exactly like that, though.
But he's better. I'm saying he's at
35 years old.
Yeah, but Lionel Messi's still playing at a really high level. He's not playing at a low level compared to the last World Cup. They did a great job in that World Cup because of him. The goals were there. He was not lackadaisical. This is not like Ronaldo coming off the bench for his team. Lionel Messi was still a starter playing at a very sharp level. Did you see what the Saudis?
35. How much longer can he do it?
Oh, probably only a couple more years.
At the most.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet a couple more games. Yeah. He's 35, man. 35 and playing soccer. That's not a designated hitter.
Now the thing,
you got to run down the court.
The MLS talent though is of course way worse than where he used to play. So he could probably compete with these.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that he won't be able to compete, but what I'm saying is at 35, it's a much bigger deal if they sign him at 30, 25 years old, right? Because then he might have had the influence to get other people to come over. But I don't think he's got that influence at 35 because they're looking at it. This is a money grab at the end of his career and an investment.
No doubt.
I also think there's probably more on his plate. I think he did this to be more popular in the United States.
Fair.
So he might have other business opportunities and he's willing to work on his brand. Because when you're telling me his Instagrams went from 1 million to 5 million in one day, essentially, that tells me one of two things happen. A, Instagram's just not that popular anywhere else in the world, no matter what they try to tell you.
Yeah, for real.
You know what I mean? Because he's a star. And for him to only have 1 million, that tells me that folks in other areas of the world don't give 2 iotas about Instagram. Or B, he went out and bought a bunch of followers as they can do. And he could definitely afford it. If there's a guy out there that could afford that, it could definitely be him.
I could say this: if soccer don't get popular now in the United States, it never will have.
It won't. It won't. It's exactly. I know you're probably young at the time, but it's exactly like the bend it like Beckham craze. It'll be popular in that area to go see him play. And when he comes to your town, it'll be popular. But no one's going to stop watching the National Football League and college football because Messi's coming up to play soccer. Not to mention the fact they're putting it on Apple Plus. So who the hell's going to watch it? Who can watch it? Are you going to stop what you're doing and go, I'm going to go to Apple Plus and I'm going to watch Messi play soccer for a team I've never heard of against a team I don't really care about.
I never get more aggravated than when my Cubs play on Apple Plus because that's the one thing I don't have. So I miss like a couple games a year because of Apple Plus. I'm not investing now.
If he went to the Atlanta team or the Nashville team, he would have my interest and you're probably going to get me to watch. But because he's playing for a team I don't care about, you're just not going to get me to pay attention.
And that's exactly how I feel. Like, besides the game that he comes to Chicago, I will have no idea how he's doing.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. So it's not really going to change anything, but all your soccer heads are going to tell you that, right?
Oh,
they're all, because it's like every 4 months something happens and they tell you, hey, man, soccer's about to blow up, man. It's about to blow up. And meanwhile, you're like, anyways, once again, cornhole beat them in ratings today on PBS.
That's exactly
like, what are we talking about?
My big soccer fan will always say after the World Cup, here comes that boost. Well, that boost never comes after the World Cup.
That boost has not come in 40 years. I have been paying attention to sports for over 40 years. I played soccer when I was a kid. And they were selling me that crap along with, you better learn the metric system because we're about to go to it. We'll go to the metric system when we go to soccer as our number one sport. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. Smoke them if you got them. 420. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
He only has 3 rings.
ACC football covered like no other. Here.
The blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maury onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maury ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
You're listening to Braves Country HD with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on Braves Country HD, wherever you stream.
Boomer and Geo on The Fan and the CBS Sports Network.
It's Boomer and Geo on The Fan. Braves Country Radio. Everybody was asking for your pick all afternoon long, and you said, I have to go on Braves Country Radio first to give my pick, and then I will tweet it out. Okay, so what is
this? What is this Braves Radio? I mean,
they gave me an interview about gambling for 15, 20 minutes.
Armchair.
Welcome back. So I played that to segue into this. Joey.
Oh dear.
Kept up with our jockey recently?
Not recently. I gave up.
Bruh. He was out there. I'm not even sure what he was trying to beg for, but he's essentially trying to get money after he's threatened to sue WFAN in New York because they took his money away that they raised for him. Okay. Which is just, I mean, it's beyond funny. By the way, Orioles just took a 4-3 lead, 2-run home run. I can't see who that is, but 2-run home run by the Orioles. They were down 3-0 going into that inning, and it's now 4-3 in the top of the 8th. That's the best celebration I've seen yet in baseball. Have you seen what the Orioles celebration is after they hit a home run?
I just saw it was Henderson. I didn't see the celebration.
They got a funnel in there. They funnel. I'm sure it's water or something, but they got a funnel. I wonder how long. Wonder how long they'll be allowed to do that. That's awesome.
Teams are getting creativity.
They should funnel it and then turn on some wrestling
and get saucy.
All right, I'm sauced up now. Put those guys out there in their panties and let's play grab ass. Let's go.
Hands right here.
But anyways, he was out there begging for money, and he was still going these rants. I had to click in on another device to check him out. I don't even remember what made me think of it, but here's the funny thing. And dude, I couldn't stay on long because we're about to do a show. He was on one of those spaces on Twitter. Oof. He had like 5 or 6 people there talking to him, and dude, it was so cruel. They were just in there just baiting him and talking to him, and all they were trying to do is get a pick, which at this point, I don't know why you would want this guy's picks. He knows zilch about Major League Baseball. He knows even less about college basketball, it appears. I finally had to block him on Twitter because he would bug the heck out of me like every other day.
My gosh.
When the Mets would get a base hit, he would tweet out to everybody how he put a large sum of money for the Mets to win the division this year. And at the very beginning, I said, well, that's going to be a loss. No, you don't know, man. You do all this stuff. And I'm like, well, since you're new to baseball, I'm going to explain something to you. The Mets will Met, and we've got 5 divisions in a row. That's all I'm going to put out there.
Yeah, I feel like every time he tweeted, he'd end up losing the battle. Like he'd tweet like a paragraph at you, then a couple of the armchairs would come in, or you'd say something, loss. Mets stink, Braves good. Keep it simple.
It's not worth opening that Pandora's box again, but you really want to check in on him like now. So how's that Mets long-term bet going? Because that's really what I was wanting to see if he was making any comments about that. Instead, he was trying to get people to send him money, and he'll send them money, and he was charging abnormal amount for his picks, which he's terrible. Why in the world you would pay for this guy's picks? I don't know. I mean, he didn't even understand that above 50% in gambling is actually considered good. He laughed at it during the basketball season. Eventually people started coming in and goes, dude, you're getting like 20% of your picks right. Why are you making fun of someone who and I wasn't saying our win percentage is over 60% over the last 8 seasons. But what I was saying is that if you're 53%, you're breaking even just because of the juice you have to pay. And most gamblers feel like 58% and above is considered successful.
Yeah, I remember when he made that idiotic comment about that 54%. I track like his next 10 bets, and I think he went like 2 and 8. So it was
exactly.
His percent is about 18 or 20.
And he would mention 3 bets, one would hit, and you would see the tweet, cha-ching, I won. What about the other 2? Well, those didn't really count. I didn't call them my bets. You said you were betting on them. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, he's homeless. He needed dental work. There was something else with him. And I'm like, this doesn't sound like someone who's actually successful in gambling. This sounds like what we call in the business the cautionary tale. This is literally the guy that you're like, don't gamble, kids. Did you see Tom Brady came out and made a video for the NFL for the incoming rookies to basically said, drugs are bad, okay? Don't bet on football.
Yeah, I did. And I keep waiting for the final results to come out and exactly what happened with Mr. Isaiah Rodgers here. We have the basics, but I want to know if he bet 4 against the Colts. I want to know if he's banned a 2-year. He's not going to be playing in Indy, but I keep waiting. They released this stuff Monday, Tuesday. I'm waiting for the results.
It's going to be a Friday drop. That's why. I don't know if it'll be this Friday, but it'll be a Friday news drop. It'll be at least a year. And I think it might be a lifetime ban with one of those things where, like, after X amount of time, he'll be able to try to apply for reinstatement, and then they'll just ghost him like they did with Pete Rose. You can't bet on your team and stay in the league. I don't care what sport it is.
No, and especially at the talent level he's at. I mean, look at Calvin Ridley, got a second chance. Jamison Williams was the only player not cut from the Detroit thing that 4 players were there, but he was a first-round pick. So Isaiah Rodgers, who was a day 3 pick, not very good. They're going to make an example out of you. I would not be shocked if there's a lifetime ban on him.
That's what I'm assuming. I mean, that's pretty much where I'm at. I'm assuming a lifetime ban.
The NFL, the last thing the NFL wants is see integrity of the game go down, because we're going to get more cases of this. This is not the last time here on June 8th that we're going to hear about gambling and players getting in trouble. I guarantee you we're going to get a few more players over the summer.
Yeah, you are. And if you bet on your team, you should. I don't care who the player is. Just to protect their brand, they have to get rid of them.
Yep.
I don't care if it's Patrick Mahomes. It doesn't matter if you are that, and I don't think Patrick Mahomes would be dumb enough to now. His brother would, but
yeah,
his brother's all kinds of dumb. But Patrick is not dumb enough to do that. But I'm just saying that, man, I can see where someone could get addicted to gambling. But you're playing the sport. There's just no excuse.
Yeah, and this is a guy, for people who don't know, he has 3 kids, 3 very young kids. His contract was about to go from $1 million to $2.7 this season, which is massive. And he risked that all on $25 to $50 bets. I get it. In his head, he's probably thinking nobody's ever going to catch me. The NFL will always catch you. These gambling sites have geolocation. They don't want their gambling site being affected. Too much money is on the line. These guys are going to get punished.
I mean, I'm going to shoot it to you straight. I feel like Calvin Ridley got off easy. He got a 1-year ban. I know he didn't bet on the Falcons, but he bet on his sport. And man, it is a fine line from saying, well, I'm not going to bet on my team. I'm going to bet on the other team. Fine line between that and going, dude, I've lost 3 bets in a row. I know we can win. I'm betting on us to win this weekend. And then he goes, I've lost 6 bets in a row, and Uncle Knuckles is at the door. I'm going to make sure we win, but maybe we don't cover the spread. And that's why I say that if someone gets busted for gambling on their sport, they should be gone. There should be no, oh, well, it happens. You got to protect because what's going to happen if you don't do it? Sometime down the road, you're inviting yourself to have someone in the league. It may not be the same person, but you're inviting someone in the league to start shaving points. And that's the biggest concern of any sports league. You can almost be Teflon through almost any other major controversy. How many times has the National Football League had guys go get arrested for just some god-awful crimes?
Oh, yeah.
But they're still the number 1 sport in America. Kids nowadays don't even know who Ray Caruth is. Well, Petridge Farmers remembers.
Yeah, I mean, your example right there.
O.J. Simpson. Although he wasn't playing at the time, so that's a little different.
No, but like a guy like Kareem Hunt, who had a major thing happen, the NFL treated that less than the Calvin Ridley. I mean, the NFL is clearly it's all about money at the end of the day. You could do a bunch of things wrong, but money doesn't have eyes, and money's always at the top no matter what. We've learned that with the LIV and the PGA. We're seeing that with the NFL. The NFL says you can gamble, but then they're suspending their players, which I'm totally fine with because an NFL player, you could bet other things. Why do you have to be such a degenerate you bet on your own sport? You could still bet. You just have to walk across the street to the IHOP, get away from the franchise, and bet on baseball, basketball, badminton. Go bet something. Why do you got to screw your whole life up? The NFL lifespan is 3 years. 3 stinking years. Wait till you're done.
Did you see this story about Travis Rudolph? I must have been under a rock. I don't remember this story to begin with. Former Florida State wide receiver and Giants wide receiver. He wasn't in the league long. And the incident took place about 5 years after he left FSU and about 4 years after he left the Giants. So that tells you how long he was in the National Football League, right? I want to say he played 7 games. Former Florida State and Giants football player. He was a wide receiver. This is from Yahoo. Travis Rudolph was found not guilty Wednesday on all counts in a murder case stemming from a 2021 shooting at his Florida home. The not guilty verdicts on first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. They reached a decision after 4 hours of deliberation, blah, blah, blah. I saw this thing flash across the bottom line on the New York show this morning. And when I saw it, I was like, Travis Rudolph. Like the Florida State Travis Rudolph, that guy? It's like, man, I forgot all about him. What's he been up to? Oh, he's in a murder trial. Whoa.
What the heck's going on out there?
But it says that Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office says during an altercation, I don't know who this other person is, so I'm not going to say their name because I don't know. I'm not familiar with the other person. Was found dead in the passenger seat of a car after fleeing the scene. Another person was found alive in the back seat with a gunshot wound. 2 other were uninjured. And Rudolph testified that 4 men showed up at his doorstep after midnight to confront him about a dispute that he had with a woman. Shocking. Rudolph told the court that Jones hit him numerous times during the confrontation, denied accusations that he had hit her. He said Jones told after the confrontation, I'm going to have my brother and them come over and mess you up. That's the clean version, and kill you. Now, and prosecutors argued that Rudolph was the aggressor in the shooting, but I guess they reappeared in his driveway, and he went yippee-ki-yo-ki-yay on him. He said he fired shots after one of the men pointed a gun at him, and the doorbell camera footage shows video of the altercation, basically proving that.
Whoa.
They had this whole thing on Ring, and they took this to court. Can't you just look at the video?
He must have been hanging out with the guy from that 70s show. I see that guy just got his guilty plea.
He said, I knew all along that what I had to do to protect me and my brother's life. Rudolph is 27. He was on the Florida State team right after the national championship. So he played with Winston and whatnot. He was on the team that went to the playoffs and lost to Oregon. And then he was a pretty good college wide receiver. I'd kind of forgotten about him. Because like I said, he was, I think he was drafted late by the Giants, but he only played that one season. 8 catches for 100 yards in 7 games.
Ooh, breaking the bank.
All right, let's go ahead and get your fantasy football all-time pick on the books before I forget. Then we're scrambling.
Did Doug take another guy of mine? Because I missed who he took in the first hour.
Who do you want to draft?
I see ya.
Who do you want? I'll tell you if he's there.
Well, I'm between 2 guys, so I don't know if you took one of these 2 guys. Can I tell you the 2 people I'm between?
Well, no, because I don't want you to tip your hand. Emmitt Smith, Jerry Rice, Marshall Faulk, and O.J. Simpson were drafted.
Oh, wow. Okay, that eliminated Jerry Rice for me. So if that was Doug.
No, that was Steven.
All right, that makes it better. I'm actually going to go with the quarterback position, and I'm going with the guy who's still playing football, who we mentioned earlier, Patrick Mahomes.
Andrew Luck. Wait, what?
Yeah. Don't tempt me like that. He could have been on my board. But no, I'm going with the 2018 and the 2022 season for Mr. Patrick Mahomes. In each of these years, he had over 40 touchdowns, and in each of these seasons, he had over 5,000 yards. So as much as I don't like Jackson Mahomes, I love me some Patrick Mahomes.
All right, Patrick Mahomes is off the board. All right.
And I'll put it in the chat.
Awesome. Tomorrow it'll be Tones and Bobby, and then I'll do my picks back to back. So we might actually do a handful of picks tomorrow just to speed this up a little bit. I wasn't thinking at the time. I was thinking, we'll do one pick a show, and then I'm like, wait a minute, it's going to be December, and no one's going to care about the all-time one anymore. Let's get this.
Our Super Bowl is going to be after the Super Bowl this year.
In week 1 on March 3rd, you will face.
But for real though, I'm really actually happy we did this. At first, I was like, but no, this is cool. You don't get to see this. Obviously, this is something that we created on our own. I'm interested to see where the best of the best stack up on a week-to-week basis. It's a fun concept.
Yeah, well, I think it also leads itself to a lot of conversation of who are the greatest, and also you may not have watched the guy play. I didn't watch Jim Brown play, but I drafted him. I saw his stats. I was like, I ain't no dummy. let me grab Jim Brown. I took Marino as a homer pick just because he was my favorite player growing up as a kid, and I figured he probably wouldn't make it back to me, but he might have. If there was a pick that I would have taken over that, since he's gone now, I can go ahead and say it. It would have been Marshall Faulk. If I wasn't going with. If I went with guys that I watched play, my top 2 picks would have been Marshall Faulk and Jerry Rice. I think those would have been it. Just because I remember Marshall Faulk changing fantasy football. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable that offense changed fantasy football.
And speaking to your point on changing the game, like you mentioned Dan Marino, I was looking at quarterbacks, and boy, Dan Marino and Brett Favre, to me, those two guys, you started seeing that gunslinger mentality because the stats of people like a Troy Aikman, or if you go back into the 80s, 70s, Bradshaw, they were not winging it around. So your old-time
quarterbacks, you've got to, bare minimum, you have to start with the ESPN era. Right?
Yes.
Like 1979 on, but I'm probably leaning towards, let's start this in the 90s. Probably be even smarter to do it in the last 20 years because when they changed the rules. But Marino had just 2 phenomenal years that can go up against anybody's years. I was okay with that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, when you look at that time frame, like I said, Marino was one, Favre. Maybe I didn't look at John Elway or Steve Young, but I can't even really think about anybody's stats outside before the 90s that would really relish the moment because of how old school with the running game, obviously, football used to be.
Yeah, I would say that if, the Orioles are up 6-3. Man, the Brewers got 3 runs in the first inning, and they have just done nothing.
Good.
Which is awesome because that was my pick today.
Hey, there you go.
That was my pre-show pick, but yeah, that was I went in on that today. But and in the same breath, gambling's bad, kids. Okay.
That's like the commercials that say, please gamble, and then they have that small message. But if you have a problem, please call this number. You can't read the phone number.
Yeah, exactly. They'll do a whole thing on the NFL Network this afternoon about how, they really got to get a hold of a handle on the gambling in the league and blah, blah, blah. And goes, all right, we'll be back in a flash. We're brought to you by DraftKings. Okay. If you say so. But I'm sorry, but you have to, you have to kick them out of the league. If they bet on your sport, kick them out of the league. Bet on other sports. I don't think it's any of your damn business. So that to me is, I don't think it's a gray area. I think it's very black and white. If I was running a league, I would say, you can bet on whatever you want. You better not bet on our league, because if you bet on our league, you are gone ski forever. You're not going to reapply in 2 years and make your way back. No. You're done.
I really hope if he did bet against the Colts, which last season would have been smart on his end, but I hope that lifetime ban is just in effect immediately because, that's the most there's not many more disgusting things you can do to tarnish integrity of the NFL.
And to the same token, and I don't care if they are on the property, what business is it of yours if, like the guys for the Lions, and they were betting on college football or basketball, whatever they were betting on, right?
Yeah.
What business is it of yours to tell them that they can't gamble if it's legally in their state? I don't even get that part, but it's because they're dancing around, because what they're trying to do is try and tell you not to gamble, but they can't tell you that because they don't want you to gamble, because essentially what they're really trying to do is keep you away from gambling on football.
Correct.
But I don't care about that. I say one thing and one thing only. Don't bet on our sport. If you do, you're gone. Anything else, I don't give a crap what you do with your spare time.
That's why, to me, they must have a little bit of a gambling problem, because you can't find something else to gamble on. It blows my mind. I know they're young people. I keep hearing, these are young people. These are young people. Well, guess what? Young people have rules too.
They think, probably because they got around friends, they think they know more than the gambling community does. You know what you never hear about these players? So-and-so won a bunch of money. It's like we say they wagered a bunch. They never won any. They just wagered a bunch. Let's take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to put a cap on this. We're going to hit the locks and walk it off here. We'll be back in a flash, back in about 90 seconds here on Braves Country HD. Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up. It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit gohoots.com. That's gohoots.com.
Everyone took what we said very seriously about gambling. Joey, what's your lock of the day?
My lock of the day, with a disclaimer of, if you need help gambling, please go get it at 1-800-GAMBLING.com. No, but for real, my bet of the day is the Houston Astros money line at -105. Valdez is on the mound. Barrios, who I like, cannot always be trusted. I think the Astros at -105 is the way to play it.
Yeah, I kind of like that one too. The only thing that makes me a little nervous about that is Barrios pitches well at home.
He does.
So I'm trying to see what is the new line on that, because I'm curious about something here. Hold on, waiting for it to. Here we go. What is the over under on that line? Is it still low? Yeah, you got that's 8. I was hoping
I got 8. Yep.
Yeah, I was hoping it was 8.5. I'm probably gonna steer clear of that one. All right, so my lock of the night. Let me go to. Let me get. See, oh, never mind. That's tomorrow. Let me get the Angels on the money line -132 against Drew Smiley.
I would have done it as a Cubs fan.
On the one that I really like, but I'm just trying to hedge my bet here. I really like the under in that game. So I feel like Detmer's and Smiley's records are not indicative of how good they've been pitching how well they've been pitching this year, right? But yeah, I'm going to go with the fact that they're at home. They need a W. They can't stink forever. And
no, we're about to get swept probably. The Cubs lineup has been absolutely awful. Players like Ian Happ, players like Nico Horner have just not lived up to the standard since the beginning of the year. I know the Cubs overproduced a little bit in the first few weeks, but I didn't expect to have a 10-18 May like the Cubs did, or this month 3 in a row already lost. So it's been a struggle.
By the way, they are playing that doubleheader in New York. So,
oh wow, because those pictures yesterday were wild. Like of the orange sky, I could not believe some of those pictures.
Yeah, the White Sox lead the Yankees 3-2 in the top of the third. Giants have climbed back into it 4-3. They trail by 1 in the 6th. And the Colorado's going to their rock solid bullpen right now. I hope you took the over in that game. I still cannot believe that Milwaukee, they were all over Bradish in the first inning. I was watching it right before the show started. I was like, man, they're just going to pummel them. And then he settled down, ended up going like 6 innings, I think. And here come normally Milwaukee's bullpen's pretty good, but man, they've given up 6 runs in the last 2 innings.
Speaking of bullpen, I have to bring this up. I was cracking up last night when Kirby Yates was in for the Braves, and you said, not perfectly along the lines, but I'm pretty close. You said, this is a guy you bring in when you're either up 5 runs and you feel pretty, or you're down about 5 or 6 runs. You don't put him in this kind of, and you're just sitting there.
I don't know how we won that game. They had the bases. You know, it's funny. I usually go back and watch or listen to a New York show afterwards, you know, ones that have Mets on it. There's a couple of them I picked from, but I wanted to see if they brought it up. They must not have. They must have just watched the highlights, like the condensed highlights, because they had the bases loaded, 1 out. They'd already tied the game. How the hell did they not get a run in on Kirby Yates? And he couldn't find the strike zone. He was all over the place. The bases were loaded because he walked at least 2. I think he might have walked 3.
I think the Braves walked like 40 people, and they got out of it a lot.
Oh, the pop-ups was a lifesaver. But even still, I was like, all right, well, we got the 1 out, but where's this going to end? Someone's going to roast one in the gap, and here we go. And all that whole feel-good stuff of Michael Harris coming in and hitting the 2-run homer in the bottom of it, none of that would have mattered if Kirby Yates couldn't have gotten out of that jam. Yeah, that was, man, I'll tell you what, I was just livid. And then they flash into the bullpen who's warming up. I'm like, it's Joe Jimenez. Like, are we trying to win this game? I give up because I understand sometimes when you're trying to win a game in June against a nobody, right? But you're trying to beat your division rival at home. Send a message. Knock them out. I was like, man, I'm starting to think we're not trying. That was, there's a lot of things but that did not make a whole heck of a lot of sense.
That's why baseball is awesome. You think you figured it out, and then you get a game like that.
Yeah, that was, they scored 1 run of that entire mess. Looking it up right now. Okay, he had 2 walks. I could have swore he walked 7 or 8 guys. It was just like, man, because the balls were nowhere near the zone.
Yeah, they should have been
place, throwing them in the dugout. Hit the guy selling peanuts. I mean, dude,
he should have got 2 balls for every pitch with those out of the zone.
And then we get through all that. I'm like, all right, let's slam the door. AJ Minter's gonna close. What in the hell is going on? Someone needs to look into whether or not Brian Snitker took the Mets on the money line.
I think Isaiah Rogers had the Mets.
AJ Minter with his 6 ERA. Let's go. Get it? It's like, man.
Give me a Strider complete game tonight.
And Iglesias, we'd only played one other game this week, so it wasn't like he was. Look, I get it if Iglesias had gone 3 games in a row or 2 games in a row, they didn't want to use him back to back to back. A lot of times you don't want to do that with the reliever this early in the season. But he pitched the night before, and he pitched like it was I think it was 11 pitches. Oh my word. Max Scherzer. If I were to tell you Max Scherzer struck out 10 guys last night, and we used Yates, Anderson, and Minter to finish the game, you would assume we lost 19-2. You'd be like, well, if you got all those guys in there.
Did you say that Strider struggles against the Mets, or did I mishear that the other day? I forget who it was.
He struggles to get through very deep because the Mets are not a team that strikes out, and that's his bread and butter. So he tries to blow you away, And I was talking about the numbers here a little while ago. It does not shock me at all that Brandon Nimmo is sitting over 400 against him. Because he will sit there and just slap at that ball left and right. Nimmo's batting 417. I'm surprised this guy's a home run because Nimmo doesn't normally hit home runs, but he's 5 for 12 lifetime against. But him and McNeil, they will shorten up their swing, choke up, and they will just slap at the ball. I did not know Francisco Lindor was 5 for 11 lifetime against him.
That guy's so inconsistent, like you mentioned, but those are good numbers.
I hope he doesn't hang one to Beatty Alvarez. Because Alvarez can flat out hit a fastball. But even with that being said, I still like our chances over Verlander because Verlander's been okay, but he's not been 43 million okay.
Not at all.
4.25 ERA.
He has like one good start, then
Which means he's due for an because he went 6 and gave up 1 against Toronto.
There you go.
Woo! Game before that at Colorado 5 and gave up 6. Of course,
I'm telling you, it's like every other game.
Cleveland stinks. Their offense stinks. He went 8 and gave up 1. Then he got bombed by Tampa Bay. And then his first 2 starts were actually pretty good, but Cincinnati and Detroit. What it shows me is that Tampa Bay's a good offense. He got bombed. Colorado's a pretty decent offense. He got bombed. He pitched well at home against Toronto, but if memory serves me correct, Toronto didn't have all their guys in. What is your walk-off for the day, sir?
Forget the NHL. Forget my Cubs. I'm listening to Braves Country tonight because I love Mr. Strider and Mr. McGee on the call. Chop on, baby.
Well, I can't outdo that. 7:20 first pitch, Braves versus Mets. We're going for the sweep, baby. Sweep New York on out of here.
Get the brooms out.
I can't wait to wake up tomorrow morning here in New York going, ow! You should have heard them. I'm going to try to pull up that clip I didn't have time to today. Should have heard them today talking about how the Braves just continue to kick their butt. And this is the same show that back in preseason, I talked about it on this very show, how they were giving us no credit. They weren't worried about the Braves. They were going to win the division. Scherzer, Verlander. Stay tuned for Brian Snow here on 99.1 FM. If you're on Braves Country HD, keep it locked in here. We're going to keep the feed up, and we'll see you at 7:20 first pitch. Have a great day, y'all. We'll be back live 3 to 5 tomorrow with Tones, Bobby, and McGee. There's a song in there somewhere.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for La Jolla, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who is right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Psy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves country.
We got the brooms out, baby. Let's go for that sweep. I would hope you're doing as great as I am as the Atlanta Braves. 7:20 first pitch coming up here on Braves Country HD. We're going for the sweep against the New York Mets. When we started this series, the biggest thing, I wanted to make sure we didn't get swept, and obviously the focus was to win the series, but to win it in the fashion that they have already won the series. Now we're just trying to put the icing on top of the cake, right? Once again, down 4-1, once again in the 6th inning, and once again, here come your Atlanta Braves. And you heard the sound bites all day long. I've got Snicker coming up here in 1 second. Going to play the sound bite from him after the game, talking about just the overall team. Michael Harris getting back on track. Hopefully, we hope this is not, a one and done. He had some hits recently, and you thought he'd gotten back on track, and then he regressed again. So, and I did find it very interesting that he said that Ozuna's the one that kind of went to him and kind of calmed him down and told him, hey, your season starts today. He was referring to yesterday. I love the fact that he dropped a bunt. I don't know why more guys with his type of speed don't do that more often. You would open up so many things if you had the threat of the bunt. Ozzie Albies, he needs to master the bunt. A push bunt just to keep because here's the thing with Ozzie Albies, when everyone always wants to turn him around and make him a left-handed hitter. Well, a lot of that would change if you had the threat of the bunt, because you wouldn't be able to play him in any kind of a pull scenario. You'd have to have your third baseman right there on the grass, which means the shortstop's got to play pretty honest. Same thing with Harris. If you got to worry about them dropping a bunt down the third base line. I was glad to see Harris do it. I love the fact that Snicker said he didn't even expect it, because you never know if these things are called. So let me go ahead and play the Snicker clip real quick, and then we'll dive back into this as the Braves are getting ready to take on the Mets. And we get the win tonight. We're 8.5 out in front. And how about that heading into the middle of June? Here is Brian Snicker.
No, it's great. It's great. I think probably the bunt, that's kind of something that, something little like that. It's not little because it's hard to do, but it's a kind of thing that can get you off the mat and get you going, and kind of did.
Did he surprise you with the bunt?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think the only other time I saw him bunts when I had him sacrifice in Miami last year in the last game of the year. That's good. That could be a very good weapon for him. I'm just happy for him. He's been working really hard and grinding it out. And it's not easy when you're not going good. And, he's experiencing some things for the first time. And but the credit to him, it hadn't affected his defense at all. And you know what? He's going to give himself a chance to right the ship.
Do you think he'll be better because of what he's dealt with?
All these guys are bitter with the adversities they deal with. Some of them never have it till they get here. And it's adversity and struggle is part of this business, and you're never going to stay away from it. The entire time you play it, you're going to have it. No matter who you are in this game, you're never going to completely figure it out, never be without another hill to climb. That's just part of it.
When you play those two catches,
Oh, my God. Yeah. Huge. Unbelievable. They're Gold Glove caliber outfielders.
Does that one early inning where you guys string it together with some of the infield hits show you kind of just the value of putting it in play?
Yeah. No, absolutely. When you don't strike out and you put it in play, you have a chance to do something really good, and you're going to get a hit. And, just the value of putting the ball in play, I think especially now without the shift and all, and it is big.
Let's see how far Mets come in the last week or two.
It's really been good, yeah. Iggy was down, so he's been throwing really well, and good. And again, there you go. It's just like we're talking about a guy coming through adversity and handling it and giving themselves a chance to get on the other side of it.
10 strikeouts, but you feel like, especially those last two innings, felt like you had a lot of good swings.
Yeah, no, we had some good at-bats off of him. He was really, really good tonight. But you know what? It's you just have to keep putting up good at bat after good at bat, and he's going to make pitches, and he's you look at it, he's a Hall of Famer. I mean, and probably one of the most competitive guys out there. And but it's you just have to kind of just keep having a good at bat as best as you can.
You never want to see someone get hurt. How about when you hurt? It was just a bruise.
Yeah, I'm glad. No, I don't want to ever see anybody get hurt. And so I'm glad that they said the x-rays were negative, so I'm happy for him. Yeah, that's good.
Michael's going to be the story tonight, but I feel like there's a lot of guys with big moments. If you look at Murph's homer, Arcia had down the line, Riley had big hits. What's a difference maker in this game that maybe wouldn't be Michael?
I don't know. You know what? This whole team's tenacity is a difference maker in a lot of games. I think is that they're never out of a game. I think if they got an out and a strike left, as we shown the other day, they have a chance to win a game, and they've been like that for a long time. And I think that's probably the biggest story is just these guys never stop. They're tenacious as all get out, and you got to play a hard 27 to beat them.
So that was Brian Snicker. That was after the game last night, and you just got to love that. Well, first of all, for everyone that was going during the game, and obviously we had fun with it during the broadcast, but none of us wanted to see Pete Alonso get hurt. And you could just tell by the moment that he threw that ball that there was no way on God's green earth that was intentional. I've seen a lot of baseball in my time, and when the guy did it, and he did it intentionally. And I go back to McGill of the Mets when he hit Acuna in the doubleheader in New York. I don't know if it was necessarily quote unquote intentional, but he did not care one iota that he hit Acuna. You can tell that there's no love lost between the two. Because he had a wry smile, and you don't see that normally when a guy hits a guy. Morton, when he hit him, and they don't all have to do this, but he went down towards his knees, kind of collapsed, like, I can't believe I just hit him. Because the thing about Morton when he hit him, First of all, when Charlie Morton normally hits a batter, it's normally with that backdoor curveball on the plant leg to a left-handed hitter. I can't tell you how many times I've seen him do that. When he hits a guy with the fastball, Morton, you could tell, did not want that to happen. And he doesn't want to be known as the guy who's going out there because, look, we kind of talked about it on the broadcast last night. But the fact of the matter is 10 years ago, I could see someone intentionally hitting Alonso for what he said in game number 1 when he started doing the throw it again. The game has changed to the point of I still think you can't show up guys to a certain degree, but just running your lips from the dugout's not going to get you thrown at. It just isn't. It's just what it does is it fires the other team up, and you might want to lay low when you're at the time 6.5 games out. You have a 3-run lead in the 3rd inning, right? So I did not think that they were going to go after him. Now there were some Mets fans coming into our broadcast saying, "Oh, they're going to go after Acuna now, eye for an eye." And all I could think of, and I mentioned it in passing once or twice last night. Well, what about when they definitely threw in on Acuna, and because they threw in the fastball, they hit him in the hand. Acuna didn't end up being injured, but he did pull out of the game, and you could tell that when McGill threw the ball, it was somewhat intentional. So anyways, glad to see that. Glad to see Harris. Maybe this gets him going. And I really would like to see that this is not the only time that he does this just to get himself off the schneid, dropping a bunt. I'd like to see it to become a part of his everyday. He doesn't have it dropped a bunt every single day, but I'm talking about if you go out there and see him play 5-6 times a week, I'd like to see at least one. Just have it in the back of their mind that he could do it, because if all he's got to do is get it down with his speed, the defense is toast. So the only other way for them to combat that is they're going to have to bring the guys in. And you from time to time, you'd almost like to see him drag it. Not just a push bunt, but hey, let's drag it towards the first base mound or first base side so that the first baseman has to be even closer in on the grass. And then if you got them constantly playing in on the corners, you're talking about when you do get a hold of one and it sizzles down the right field or left field line past the first or third base bag, not much of a chance of someone making a play on that. And with that being said, I'd love to see Ozzie start doing it. Not necessarily from the right-hand side, but from the left-hand side, I would love to see Ozzie Albies go out there and start dropping the bunch from the left-hand side just to keep them honest. Like I said, like once a week. I'm not saying make it like clockwork when they know it's coming. The third at bat every Tuesday, we're going to drop it. No, I'm saying keep it in the back of their mind of, hey, we better beware. We better beware. A lot of Major League Baseball going on this weekend. It's going to be a baseball weekend. So here's hoping we get the W against the Mets tonight and then welcome in the Nationals tomorrow and dive into all that. And the Nationals are actually playing pretty decent baseball. They're still a beatable team, but it's no longer a foregone conclusion. The Braves are just going to go out there, and as long as they show up, they're going to sweep the Nats. But we'll get into that tomorrow. Braves, Mets, Game 3, Verlander versus Strider. And to me, the matchup is this. If Strider can go out and go 6 innings and give us a quality start, 6 innings, preferably 2 runs or less, but you could live with 3, Braves have a very good chance of winning that game. Verlander has not been Verlander-like, and they ought to be able to get to him in the second and third time through the order. So just keep yourself in the conversation and get to that Mets bullpen. We saw what happened. We saw what happened just last night, but the last couple of nights. All right. Let's go ahead and get them lineups out there. We're doing a quick show tonight, so we're getting you set for Braves versus Mets. Going for that sweep, baby. Strider on the mound. I mean, it's lined up. If we're going to do it, it's lined up. You still got to go up there and play the game. But you tell me we got a chance with Strider out there on the mound, if we have this in October, Strider versus Verlander in a knockout game, I'll take my chances every single day of the week. And I hope Travis d'Arnaud goes out there and plays a good game tonight. My pick to click against Verlander. Man, is he not due? Talked about how Eddie Rosario has had just an awful go with it versus Justin Verlander. So I'm really tempted to take Rosario. He's seen him 20 times. He's only got 3 hits. No extra base hits. Rosario's due. But my pick to click tonight, I'm going to go a little against the grain. I don't want to go Harris again. Very difficult to do that 2 nights in a row. Though you're tempted to pick the left-handed bat against the right-hand starter. But Ronald Acuna Jr. is due to go deep. Give me Acuna, pick to click. Give me 6 strong innings out of Strider. Mr. Eyeglasses slamming the door. Let's sweep them. Can Eyeglasses strike out Vogelfat on the final pitch of the game? Can we get that? Huh? Let's go, Braves country. Get your game face on. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets break the bombs bursting in. say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the New York Metropolitans, Brandon Nimmo playing center field, batting .284, 4 home runs, 21 RBI. He has 3 stolen bases on the year. Batting second, the designated hitter, Francisco Alvarez, 9 home runs, 20 RBI in 122 at-bats. He's got a .238 average, one of the top rookies in all of Major League Baseball. Jeff McNeil batting third, playing second tonight, 2 home runs, 17 RBI, 3 stolen bases, a .277 average, last year's National League batting champion. Francisco Lindor is batting cleanup and playing short, 11 home runs, 42 RBI, 4 stolen bases, and a .216 average. Beatty is the third baseman, batting fifth, .231 average, 4 home runs, 16 RBI. Starlin Marte, .245 on the year with 3 home runs, 17 RBI, 17 stolen bases. Tommy Pham is in left field with 6 home runs, 19 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .237. Omar Narvaez is behind home plate, batting .313 on the year with 2 RBI, 16 at-bats. Mark Vientos is the first baseman, another rookie for the Metropolitans. He has 1 home run, 4 RBI, and 32 at-bats, batting .188. On the mound for New York, Justin Verlander, 2-3 on the year with a 4.25 ERA, a 1.14 whip, 36 innings pitched, 30 strikeouts, 32 hits allowed, 9 walks, and 6 home runs given up. He'll be going face-to-face with Spencer Strider. The Quad Father comes in 6-2 on the year, 2.97 ERA, and a 1.00 whip, 69 2/3 innings pitched, 44 hits, 113 strikeouts, and 26 walks, 7 home runs given up. Coming to bat in the bottom of the first for your hometown Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr., 12 home runs, 33 RBI, 28 stolen bases, batting .331. The front runner for the National League MVP for 2023. Matt Olson batting second, playing first, 17 home runs, 43 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .232 average. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 10 home runs, 30 RBI, a .271 average. Travis d'Arnaud is batting cleanup, 1 home run, 8 RBI on the year, .278 average. Eddie Rosario batting fifth, 8 home runs, 25 RBI, a stolen base, and a .250 average. Ozzie Albies comes in batting .258 on the year with 13 homers, 39 RBI, and 2 stolen bases. Your designated hitter tonight for the Atlanta Braves, Marcell Ozuna, 11 home runs, 25 RBI, .235 on the year. Orlando Arcia, 4 home runs, 15 RBI, and a .317 average. And Michael Harris II, batting ninth, patrolling center field. He has 3 home runs, including the game winner last night, 11 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .181. That's your lineups for Braves versus Mets. Game number 3, Atlanta winning the first 2 of the series, trying to get the sweep here in Hotlanta. New York comes in 30-32 on the year, 15-20 on the road. Atlanta Braves are 37-24, 17-14 at Truist Park. Atlanta Braves are 3 games in front of the Miami Marlins, who are idle, 7.5 in front of the Mets, 8 in front of Philly, who are hosting Detroit tonight, and 12 in front of the Washington Nationals, who are idle once again. Home plate umpire tonight, Clint Vondrak. First base will be manned by James Hoy. Second base umpire, DJ Rayburn. And down the third base line, John Libka. We're expecting about 80 degrees at first pitch, getting into the mid-70s. A good night for baseball here at Truist Park. Our beautiful home holds 41,149. You can expect pretty close to a capacity crowd here on a Thursday night in June. Pete Alonso not in the lineup. He is day-to-day after getting hit in the hand. Sean Murphy also not in the lineup. He's getting the day off from behind the plate. It's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Mets. Game number 3. Get your brooms out, baby. It's time to sweep away Justin Verlander and the New York Mets. Atlanta Braves wearing the home whites. Red Braves across the chest, tomahawk underneath. Red numerals on the back with the Navy names. Blue caps with the red bill and the white A. The New York Mets are coming out in their road gear as Spencer Strider is warming up his final few warm-up tosses. Number 99 on the mound. We're just about set here. Hope you're having a good Thursday evening. Good appetizers. We head into the weekend. Braves versus Mets. And hopefully Atlanta can get the sweep tonight. Not many clouds in the sky, so we should be good to go here on a Thursday night in June. If you missed the intros, Murphy is getting the night off. Darnold is behind the plate. Designated hitter is Ozuna, and Pete Alonso is not playing tonight. They did a scan on his hands. Everything came back okay. He's day-to-day. They're just giving him the night off, calling it a bruise. Mets stand in with their road grays, New York across the chest, in blue, orange outline, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way, 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Spencer Strider right there, first strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Strider rocks and deals, misses high and outside, evens up the count at 1-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the first inning, the 1-1 pitch. Fastball just misses outside. It's 2-1. Strider digging back in and towing the rubber. Nemo's had a lot of success against Strider. Takes a swing at the 2-1 pitch, 96 miles an hour. More of a defensive hack, 2-2. He's hitting over 400 in his career against Strider, 5 for 12 lifetime. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky, fighting the sun, but he'll make the catch. Eddie Rosario for out number 1. And game 3 is underway here in Braves country. Francisco Alvarez, after hitting his home run last night, has been moved up from the 9 spot to the 2 spot. I couldn't understand why he was in the 9 spot. We talked about this on the show this afternoon, but outside of Alonso, I think he's probably the best pure hitter on the Mets roster. First pitch on the way to Alvarez is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. We all know you got the accomplishments of Lindor, but pound for pound, this Alvarez kid's going to be special. The 0-1 pitch pulls the string on that one. It's 0-2. Good pitch by Strider. And wherever you put a young kid like that can hit in the lineup, the last thing I'd want to do is put him way down in the lineup where you're almost hiding him. We'll get our first look at Mark Vientos, their other rookie that they're high on. The 0-2 pitch from Strider. Swing, and the ball is corkscrewed foul towards first base. 0-2. White Sox beat the Yankees earlier tonight. They're in the middle of their doubleheader. We'll get you updated as soon as that thing gets going. Detroit and Philly scoreless in the 6th. Zach Wheeler was on the mound for Philly. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball caught looking. And it's his first strikeout for Spencer Strider. There's 2 away. So 2 down. And Jeff McNeil, the number 3 hitter, stepping into the box. First pitch on the way to McNeil's a fastball right there for a strike. 96 miles an hour. Just clipped the inner zone. It's 0-1. Yes, Laura, Alonso's not playing his day-to-day. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and fouls it back up against the screen. It's 0-2. Got hit in the hand with a pitch last night. It's more precautionary than anything else is what the report said. But he's day-to-day. They hope to have him back this weekend, but you never know with those hand bruises trying to swing a bat. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and chopped back foul. Sawed him off right there on the hands. It's 0-2. McNeil's had some pretty good success against Strider as well. You wonder if Strider might start picking up on what they were doing against him. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is grounded foul towards the first base line. Just kind of reached out there and yanked it foul. The off-speed changeup way out in front of it. So an 0-2 count from Strider. His 14th pitch of the inning, 2 down. The wind up, the release, swing and a miss, strike 3, 2 strikeouts, put him up there. And it's a 1-2-3 first inning. Braves will grab the bats, and for many of them, their first look at Justin Verlander when we come back.
Nice wallet.
Wallet.
What? Nobody carries wallets anymore. I mean, they went out with powdered wigs. Here's what you need, just a couple of cards and your bankroll. See? Keep the big bills on the outside.
It's a 5.
Braves Country HD on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. If you don't have cable, you're going to be forced to read or something, man. You're going to get cable fast.
Yeah. I mean, it's been rough.
What city did you just move to, Wilbanks?
Houston.
With somebody listening, if anybody's in Houston, please call in. We need to get Wilbanks some cable so he can watch the game tomorrow. Let's start the man a party.
Or at least do the man a solid and leave your windows open so that he can peek in at the Super Bowl.
The straight guy outside your house watching the game, he's with us. Don't worry.
Armchair.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States, and players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Men who were crazy about baseball were called bugs and cranks. Women who shared their excitement were cranklets. Later, they would be called fans. short either for baseball fanciers or fanatics.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Justin Verlander is high and inside for a strike to Ronald Acuna Jr. 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, righty-righty matchup. Sets up outside and high and misses the zone. It's 2-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. It's his first time seeing Verlander, who spent most of his career in the American League. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the left field line. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Rolls into the corner, into the dirt. Here comes Acuna. He puts on the brakes at second. Has to turn around, make sure he doesn't get doubled up. And it's a leadoff double for Ronald Acuna Jr. Great piece of hitting. Four-seam fastball. And he yanked it down the line. Verlander topping out at 92. Normally throws harder than that. Of course, just starting the game, so he might warm up. If you're wondering about Verlander, why Acuna didn't see him as the first pitch on the way to Olsen. Misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Remember, Verlander was injured, did not play in the 2021 World Series when the Braves beat the Houston Astros. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Nice, funky slider down by his ankles, and it evens up the count at 1-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is ripped into center field, but right at Nemo. Nemo catches it on a line, fires it back into the infield. Acuna unable to advance, and there's one on, one out. Acuna stays at second. Thought that ball might get down, but it was right at Nemo. So Adam Ball makes it out number one. Austin Riley digs in. The first pitch to Riley, the wind up the pitch high and inside, 94 miles an hour. 1-0. His velocity is starting to pick up a little bit. So that's two times there with the right-handed batters that he has started high and inside. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball, top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 1-1. He was set up outside on that 1-0 pitch, which is what he did with Acuna on the 1-0. Verlander sets and turns towards second, but holds on to the ball, but that will be considered a move to the base. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 94, top shelf, blew it right by him. 1-2. Philly has taken a 1-0 lead in the sixth inning against Detroit. White Sox and Yankees should be starting shortly. They just finished their game. The 1-2 pitch, down below the knees, taken well, good, great take by Riley. That was slider, almost touched the bottom of the zone. Nerves of steel to hold up on that one. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Riley. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. So you got a 2-2 count on Riley. Standing on deck is d'Arnaud. The wind up the pitch. Swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep into right field, going back on the track. Over the wall, baby! It's a 2-run shot into the chop house, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. 11th homer of the year, 379 happy feet, 100 miles an hour off the bat of Austin Riley In Braves country, dancing 2-0 on Verlander. Good piece of hitting by Riley. He went outside. I remember after busting him inside a couple of times, the first pitch on the way to Darnode, swing and a miss is a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Darnode. Fastball swung on. That ball is sizzled into right field, down for a base hit. A one-out single, and the hit parade continues here in the bottom of the first. 104 miles an hour off the bat of Travis Darnode in between first and second base. We've talked about this before, but he got himself a good old-fashioned Darnode. It's what I call any ball that's hit onto the right side of the infield on the outer edge. He'll just step into it and send it there. Doesn't try to pull it. First pitch on the way to Rosario is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Inside, it's 1-0. Earlier today, Baltimore took out Milwaukee 6-3. Rosario with a 738 OPS nowadays with 8 home runs. The 1-0 pitch down below the knees. Tried to get him to chase that slider. Good take by Eddie. It's 2-0. Braves 2, Mets nothing. The 2-0 pitch, swing, and that ball is sawed off foul in between home and third. Do it again at 2-1. If you're just joining us, Acuna led off with a double. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's ripped into right field, down for a base hit, and it gets through the legs of Marte. They're going to extend Darnode. He's going to come around to score, and it's 3-0 your Atlanta Braves. And on the plate, Eddie Rosario makes it all the way down to third. Basically a little league play by Marte, usually a pretty good fielder, an overall very good baseball player. To see what happened here. Oh, he just took his eye off of it, leaned down, didn't get his glove down quick enough. I think that ball had a little more sizzle on it than he expected. Marte was acting like it was kind of a dribbler. That ball was actually scalded. So Braves lead at 3-0. Verlander's got to be ready to choke somebody out over that. The look on his face. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate from the left side. The first pitch on the way is a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozzie. Open stance from the left. Swing, and that ball is hit over towards second. The infield was in. They'll keep Rosario right there. Kind of a bad swing by Ozzie. When you got the infield in like that, the last thing you want to do on a 1-0 is reach for something like that. Banged it into the ground. Didn't have much velocity, so McNeil easily made the play. Rosario now still at third, but now there's 2 away. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna's 1 for 3 lifetime against Verlander. First pitch on the way is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Ozuna, 235 average, 11 home runs, 25 RBI. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Good slider that time. That had a nasty little bite to it. It's 1-1. Braves lead it 3-0. Runner on third, 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch on the way. And fastball misses high, 2-1. What we've seen so far from home plate umpire Clint Vondrack, and I've done a few of his games before. Kind of remember this. He calls a pretty tight zone. So we might be in for a high-scoring affair. The 2-1 pitch. Swing! And fouls it straight back. 2-2. He normally gives much more leeway east to west than he does north and south in the zone. Tampa Bay beat Minnesota earlier today, 4-2. The 2-2 pitch to Ozuna. Wind up, swing and a miss, strike three, 96 top shelf. So his arms finally warmed up, but not for your Atlanta Braves. Got just what the doctor ordered. 3 runs in the top of the first inning, bottom of the first inning, to take a 3-0 lead. We'll head to the second versus the Mets.
Nobody wants a wild card, okay? It doesn't make any sense. We don't want a maniac in our group, but there's no benefit to it. I feel like you just agreed with me, but you weren't listening to what I was saying.
Yes.
Let's move on from
What
it.
do you think is happening right now?
It doesn't matter.
It's good.
Okay?
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
The umpire just stood up and said goodbye. As I am saying goodbye, I have said enough for a lifetime. And for the last time, I wish you all a very pleasant good afternoon.
A travesty, really. But it came out that Arnie Rothstein and the rest of them were crooked gamblers and were able to persuade the boys to throw the games, even though some of them, I guess, never got a dime. And they weren't crooks. They weren't farm boys who didn't know anything about finance or anything else.
Baseball is something more than a game to an American boy. It is his training field for life work. Destroy his faith in its squareness and honesty, and you have destroyed something more. You have planted suspicion of all things in his heart. Kennesaw Mountain Landis.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Spencer Strider to Lindor is called for a strike on the outer part of the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is dropped down into left field. Rosario cuts it off, hold him to a single, but it's a leadoff single for the Mets here in the top of the second. Good piece of hitting there by Lindor. Pitch on the outer half of the plate, and he just sent it the other way. Braves 3, Mets nothing. Giving Strider a good lead. Hopefully he can go to work and get a quick inning here. First pitch on the way to Beatty. Swing and a miss, strike. Nice slider on the inner cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Strider. The windup. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Just got a piece of that. Lindor was moving on the play, but it was a foul tip at the plate, so it's 0-2, and Lindor will head back to first. The 0-2 pitch. Buck Showalter's out there complaining. He's out there coaching for his job at this point. Beatty clearly made contact with the ball. The 0-2 pitch from Strider is Showalter heads back to the dugout. The wind-up swing, and that ball is ripped into right field. Now it's runners. The first two runners get on. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Strider, once again, his struggles against the Mets continue. I was hoping it was a much better sign once after what he did in the first inning, but you got runners on first and second, nobody out. And Starlin Marte's coming to the plate, and you know he would love to make amends for what happened to him in the first inning. You're just joining us to let a ball go under his glove. First pitch on the way to Marte is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Yeah, it's not the actual... The 0-1 pitch on the way from Strider. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Yeah, you can't really look at records anymore in baseball. That's kind of a fossil stat. I've watched the games and he has struggled. He struggled to go deep in the games as well. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees. 1-2. Braves 3, Mets nothing. 2 on, nobody out. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses outside. It's 2-2. Strider looking back, the runner at second. Kicks and deals. Swing. That ball's ripped right up the middle. It's going to be a base hit. Going to be an RBI single as Lindor comes around, and it's 3-1 Atlanta. Two strikes on Marte and left the ball up and out over the plate. He drilled it back up the middle. Braves defense had him played pretty well. The ball was hit extremely hard through the middle, so no chance to knock it down. Strider's 3-1 against the Mets, but he has a 5.03 ERA in 6 appearances. And that's what you got to look at. First pitch on the way to Pham is a fastball at the knees right there for a strike, and it's 0-1. You look at some of his outings. His last one, the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-2. One of the wins that he got, remember, was an inning and a third relief appearance. So you almost have to throw that out the window. The 0-2 pitch, high and inside, 1-2. He's given up 4 runs against the Mets 2 times in 4 starts. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, 97 miles an hour, top shelf. And there's one away. I think his biggest issue with the Mets is he's a strikeout. We talked about this in the on the show today, but he's a strikeout pitcher, and the Mets don't strike out a whole lot. So that's anytime you get a strikeout pitcher going up against guys that are pesky at the plate and like to choke up, it's always going to be a bit of a struggle. Narvaez comes to the plate. He's batting .313, though. He's only had a few at-bats this year coming off the IL just recently. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into center field coming in, and it's going to get down for a base hit. The runners had to hold, so no runs cross the plate, but it is another base hit, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. And the rookie, Vientos, coming to the plate. Thought Michael Harris might have a chance as Krantz is out there to talk to Strider to kind of calm him down a little bit. Thought Strider might have a chance. Harris might have a chance to run that down, but the ball hung up. But they were just playing Narvaez way too deep to be able to catch up to that one. So it'll look like a rocket in the scorecard tomorrow morning, but that was a bloop single, a Texas leaguer. Krantz heads back to the dugout. He'll face the rookie righty-righty matchup, one of the top prospects in baseball. The first pitch on the way is a fastball swung on and missed, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-1. The Striders struggled against the Mets in the past. He's never faced Vientos, so hopefully Vientos, I don't know a whole lot about him. I'm hoping he's a strikeout guy. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball right there. Kissed the black on the outer edge, 0-2. Good pitch by Strider. Might want that pitch a little more down, but all in all, that's a difficult pitch to handle. So you got an 0-2 count. A strikeout would be huge here. The wind up the pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. 96 miles an hour, top shelf. It's 0-2. So Vientos, this is the 19th game that he has been up with the big league team. And interesting, it's only the 9th start. He's appeared in 12 games total, but only 9 starts. The 0-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Got him looking. He was looking for the express and got the local on the outer edge. Slider from Strider, and there's 2 away. Gutsy call right there by Darnode and Strider. They dialed up the right pitch. The bases remain loaded, and now the biggest pest of all, Brandon Nimmo comes to the plate. Nimmo swings, and he belts that ball high and deep, and it's gone. Nimmo, his second home run on the year, and just like that, the Mets have taken the lead 5-3. Strider's struggles continue against the Mets. Threw it right down Main Street, expecting Nimmo to take the pitch, and he was sitting dead red. Five runs allowed in this inning, all of them earned. We just can't have nice things. The first pitch on the way to Alvarez is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Fastball misses outside, 2-0. The 2-0 from Strider. Kicks and deals. 97-mile-an-hour fastball right there on the inner cut. It's 2-1. Mets 5, Braves 3. If you're just joining us, Braves put 3 on the board in the first. In the top of the second, Strider's given up 5 earned runs, 4 via the grand slam to Brandon Nimmo. Not much of a home run hitter, but that's his second career home run against Spencer Strider. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 98 top shelf. It's 2-2. If you remember me saying earlier, Clinton Vondrick usually has a pretty small strike zone. We might be in a shootout tonight. So 5 runs really shouldn't nerve us at all. The 2-2 pitch. Slider. Swing and a miss on the outside corner. And that'll end the inning. Stop the bleeding, but not before the Mets put 5 on the board. When we come back, Arcia, Harris, and Acuna coming to the plate.
So, from now on, no more easygoing, devil-may-care, everybody's best friend dad. I'm cracking down, and I'm cracking down hard. Starting right now, fun time is over.
So where was I for fun time?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Wendy's only makes one kind of breakfast, your new favorite one. How do we do it? With fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, and flaky croissants. You know, the things your old breakfast wasn't doing. So toss that old news and its soggy eggs somewhere useful. And get to Wendy's. A sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and honey butter chicken biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
His livelihood was taken away after the 1920 season, and with it, really, his life. He lived another 30 years, but not very happily.
Joe Jackson played outlaw baseball in South Georgia for a time, then ran a liquor store in Greenville, South Carolina. Ty Cobb once came in for a fifth of bourbon. Jackson did not seem to recognize his old rival. Cobb finally asked, "Don't you know me, Joe?" "Sure, I know you, Ty," Jackson answered. "I just didn't think anyone I used to know up there wanted to recognize me again."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. Braves will get right back at it. First 1 to 13 wins tonight. It's 5 to 3 in the bottom of the second. First pitch on the way to Arcia as a fastball misses outside wide. It's 1-0. Lando Arcia now batting .317 on the season, .835 OPS, 4 home runs, 15 RBI. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses high, 2-0. Standing on deck, Michael Harris II, the 2-0 pitch. Right there for a strike, it's 2-1. The 2-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. Excuse me, fouled off. It's 2-2. The 2-2 from Verlander. The windup swung on and ripped right back up the middle. It's off the glove of McNeil. Comes off his glove. Tried to backhand it. I don't know if he would have been able to make the play. McNeil doesn't have the strongest arm, though Arcia doesn't have the best foot speed. It would have been close. He was having to go deep in the hole. I seriously doubt he throws him out anyway, so we'll see if he gets an error or not on that one. They've already got the one error on them for the play by Marte. I think they're going to give that a base hit. Arcia will take it. Why not? Hope you're buckled up. We're going to get a high-scoring one tonight, it feels like. First pitch on the way to Harris is a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Arcia stands on first, nobody out. Harris at the plate, the big home run last night, 3 for 4. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled back, 1-1. Standing on deck, Ronald Acuna Jr., who doubled his last time up. It's what I thought I saw a second ago. Zach Wheeler has a no-hitter going against the Tigers in the top of the 8th. The 1-1 pitch, way outside wide, 2-1. So basically the exact opposite of what's going on here in Atlanta. A 1-0 game, no-hitter going on in Philadelphia. Man, ever since he faced us, Wheeler's been dealing. The 2-1 to Harris, swung on, grounded over towards first. They're going to try to turn the double play. They got Arcia at first, no way to get Harris. Slow developing double play. You got 1 on and 1 out. There was just an infield play that was trying to be made by, I think that was Harrison of Philadelphia. he didn't get the runner, but it was an error. So this no-hitter is still intact in Philadelphia. We'll keep you updated. So Acuna comes to the plate with Harris on first. You got to figure anything that were to get down into the gap would score a run. Ronald Acuna Jr. 1-for-1 with a double, a run scored. The first pitch in the dirt. Good block by Narvaez. 1-0. Standing on deck, Matt Olson. And if you're wondering, it didn't look like that was home cooking as far as the error in Philly. As Verlander throws it over to first to try to keep Harris close. I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good pickoff move by Verlander. It was an awful throw by the third baseman. He two-hopped it into the chest of the first baseman. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Yeah, neither pitcher has been sharp. That's to say the least. The 1-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. 1-2. Really surprised Acuna didn't swing at that one. That was right down Main Street. It's a slow hanging slider of the type that hitters like Acuna send into the upper deck. A 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? Giving chase. Make the catch. For out number 2 is Vientos. So he laid off the one right down the pipe and then chased one. Might have been in the zone, but if it was barely in the zone. Verlander loves to get you to chase those high ones. You either don't catch up, or if you do, all you're going to do is shoot it straight up the ladder. The no-hitters has been broken up in Philadelphia, by the way. So that'll bring Olson to the plate. Olson takes a hack at the first pitch slider on the inner part of the plate. It's 0-1. New York 5, Braves 3, bottom of the second inning. Braves put 3 on the board in the first. Mets answered in the top of the second. The 0-1 fastball swung on and fouled back. 95 up top. It's 0-2. So you got an 0-2 count on Olson. By the way, Verlander's at 40 pitches here in the second inning, which could be key later on. The 0-2 pitch swing, and that ball is going to get lifted into center field. Get down for a base hit. Harris is around second. He's heading towards third. We've got runners on the corners with 2 away. And Austin Riley coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Matt Olson. A fastball a little above the belt. He didn't try to do too much with it. He just sent it back where it came from. Pretty good effort by Lindor. Tried to leap to make the catch as the ball headed towards the outfield. But it was over his outstretched glove. So you got runners on the corners, 2 outs. Austin Riley at the plate. First pitch is a fastball. Misses high, but called for a high strike. Riley doesn't like it. Can't blame him. It's 0-1. Riley already with a 2-run home run in the first inning. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball is hammered back foul. Hey, he just missed that one. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Narvaez. The runners will stay put. It's 1-2. So deuces are wild here. Bottom of the second. 2 outs, 2 strikes, 2 on. The wind up the pitch. Good take by Riley. I'm surprised he didn't swing at that one. That was a nasty slider diving in and away. Evens up the count at 2-2. 2-2 count. 2 on, 2 out. Verlander looks in, kicks and deals. In the dirt, ball 3. So now that'll give us an advantage because Olsen will be on the move. The 3-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball's hammered right at Lindor. And I mean right at Lindor for out number 3. It's the only place he could have hit it that it didn't result in a run. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Do you know why I pulled you over? Because I was at the stop sign for too long? Why was you just sitting there? I was just waiting for it to turn green. Where you headed? I'm at home. Okay, where you live? With my parents. Okay, and where do your parents live? They live with me. Okay, so where's your house? It's next to my neighbor's house. Step out the car, please. I'm going to jail.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The day after the Black Sox were acquitted, Judge Landis barred all 8 players for life. None of them ever played Major League Baseball again. Judge Landis and the club owners had done their best to reassure the public that the game's honesty had been restored, but fans remained skeptical. Something or someone else was needed to revive their shattered faith.
But I tell you what, here comes a guy with big, broad shoulders and skinny legs, and he could hit that ball out of the ballpark. See, a lot of people had stopped going to baseball, and here comes Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth started hitting that ball out the ballpark and then brought him back.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Strider goes back to work. First pitch is a fastball on the outer edge. 96 miles an hour. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's going to get down for another base hit. Leadoff single for the Mets here in the top of the third. So Spencer Strider struggling again here in the top of the third. 1 on, nobody out, and Francisco Lindor coming to the plate. Lindor is 1 for 1. First pitch on the way. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Strider. Lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Good slider there. Just above the knees. And it's 1-1. The 1-1 from Strider, righty-lefty matchup. The wind up, the pitch. Misses high in the zone. 2-1. Mets 5, Braves 2. The 2-1 pitch way outside wide. Ball 3, 3-1. So you got a runner on first, nobody out. Heart of the order due up, and a 3-1 count to the cleanup hitter, Lindor. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. Went with the 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's a full count. Strider working much slower than he has been. You don't know if that's fatigue or if it's just as he flips and throws it over to first. Usually Strider works pretty quickly, so you don't know if this is fatigue or if this is more of him just second guessing himself. So back to the batter, a 3-2 count. 4 seconds on the clock, 3-2. He lets it fly. Swing, and just gets a piece of it. Do it again at a full count. Game 3 of a 3-game series. Braves have already won the series, looking for the series sweep. The Tigers have tied it up in Philadelphia. They pulled Wheeler and went to the pen, and Tigers are on the board. It's 1-1 going to the 9th. The 3-2, runner on the way. Never mind, way inside, ball 4. So Strider now has runners on first and second, nobody out. 48 pitches into the night. You hope to get 5 innings out of Strider, but it's not looking in that direction. First pitch on the way to Beatty is a strike at the knees, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Beatty. Fastball just misses outside. 1-1. The Mets will definitely make you throw strikes. Strider's game has always been to try to get you to chase after he gets out in front a little bit. The 1-1 pitch, way in the dirt, nowhere near the zone. It's 2-1. Brett Beatty's 1 for 1 with a single in the second, a run scored, 237 average, 4 home runs, 682 OPS. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 96. Top shelf outer edge, it's 2-2. I've seen a lot of the Joyce's pitches. He's been up in the majors for about a week or so. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's down, and it's going to get down. That's going to be a run, another run. It's 6-3 New York. Another base hit given up by Strider. And we'll have runners on first and second again with nobody out. If you remember, one of the first times Strider pitched in New York, they knocked him out in the second, or actually the third inning. I think he went 2 2/3 that day, if memory serves me correct. And he was quoted afterwards talking about how the Mets were lucky and they got a lot of lucky rolls and whatnot. And that has continued to stick with the Mets batters. First pitch on the way to Marte is in the dirt. It's 1-0. So I think they circle this game against Strider more than any. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and fouls it off down the line. It's 1-1. Yeah, that Joyce gave up one heck of a bomb the other night. Someone caught up to his 104-mile-an-hour fastball. That thing got annihilated. The 1-1 swing and fouls it out of the box. It's 1-2. What's impressed me about Joyce of the Angels is, and I haven't seen one of his games in full yet, but an at bat that I saw, he's got some movement on a couple of his other pitches. And if he can get that down, he's going to be a nasty reliever. The 1-2 pitch right there, strike 3 at the knees. Good pitch by Strider, and there's one away. Just one out here in the third, by the way. Strider's already at 57 pitches. We'll have to keep an eye on that. He does this a lot. He runs his pitch count up early in the game, and sometimes you'll see him actually get underneath that and get settled in the middle innings and actually make it through 6. First pitch on the way to Pham is a slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. This Mets team likes to eat pitches, and you just have to be aggressive with them. You cannot pitch around and expect them to swing at things. It's one of the reasons why the Mets offense is very up and down, because guys that go after and get after them early can get some quick outs. The 0-1 pitch, high and inside, 1-1. But you got to remember, Buck Showalter was the manager of the Yankees just before they took off and won all those World Series, and it was his philosophy to go out there and eat pitches and get into the bullpen that the Yankees carried in through the 90s. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt, terrible pitch, nowhere near the zone. He's kicking at the dirt, so I don't know if he lost his footing. At least that's what he's blaming, and both runners move up. So now a single is going to make it 8-3. Braves infield is in. Strider steps off the mound for a second, so that'll be counted as a... I mean, he is messing around with the dirt and kicking his feet. Doesn't have a lot of confidence right now. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 97 outside. 2-2. When you can throw it like that, I don't know why you would never have confidence in yourself, man. Just go out there and blow it by them. The 2-2 pitch. The windup. Fastball misses high. It's now 3-2. So a full count to Tommy Pham. On deck is Narvaez, a left-handed hitter. The only good news would come from this is they would go back into double play depth. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play. Do it again at 3-2. Strikeout would be huge here. Mets 6, Braves 3. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That was a terrible pitch, but Tommy Pham was swinging at that pitch when he was checking out of the hotel this morning. Out number 2. Looking at the replay of that, I mean, that was nowhere near the zone. Showing it on the Mets replay, that ball barely got to the plate. So 2 outs. Narvaez, who is 1 for 1, comes to the plate. The first pitch on the way is a fastball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Braves trail 6-3, but a lot of baseball left. We still have 7 more plate appearances. Just got to get through this rough spot. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's lifted down the left field line, fading back on the track, making the catch is Rosario, and the inning is thankfully over as Strider leaves the mound with a big sigh of relief. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub, though. Really, this is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the back and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His fifth rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. Fifth pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time.
At the turn of the century, Major League veterans often refused even to speak to new players. Once, early in his career, a shy young outfielder dared compliment a New York Giant for hitting a home run. "Nice hit," he said. The veteran answered, "Go to hell." The young player was Honus Wagner, on his way to becoming the greatest player in the National League.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 3, but in a high-scoring game that really doesn't feel like as much as you normally would think with Strider versus Verlander. First pitch on the way from Verlander is a strike at the knees on the outer edge. So in 1-0, I keep bringing this up, but Verlander starts this inning at 47 pitches through 2. The 0-1 pitch. Off the edge, misses. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Verlander. The wind up, the deal. Misses outside. His slider has not been hitting much. 2-1. The 2-1. High and out of the zone, ball 3, 3-1. Darno would love to work himself aboard with the walk to get the inning going. The 3-1 pitch, way outside wide, ball 4. Remember, Verlander had to sit for a while in that last half inning. Actually, he's had to sit a couple of times. We haven't been able to get anybody out, but maybe that'll work to our advantage. A lot of times that'll wear on a pitcher, have to sit that long, then have to come out and warm back up. And I mean, when you're 78 years old, that could take a heck of a beating on Verlander. The first pitch on the way to Rosario, that one's nowhere near the zone. 1-0. Rosario's 1 for 1. The 1-0. Swing! And just got a piece of that one. Thought he might have actually gotten a hold of one. Just rolled over top of it. It's foul. It's 1-1. Cleveland leads Boston 3-1. That game is in the 5th inning. Those games last night that is the 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed, nasty slider. Got him fishing. It's 1-2. Those games last night that could not be played because of the air quality were played today, but the game in Washington, D.C. could not be played because of air quality. It was a 1 o'clock start. The 1-2 pitch swung on and rifled that foul. It's 1-2. Mets 6, Braves 3, runner on first for Atlanta, nobody out. Rosario on a 1-2 count. Ozzy's on deck, Ozuna's in the hole. They set up out wide, swing and pops it up. He cannot lay off that pitch. Drifting back and making the catch is Nimmo in shallow center field. And there's one away. Last week when he was striking out quite a bit, that was the pitch everyone was getting him on, that high fastball outer edge, getting him to chase it out of the zone. That time he actually made contact, but you're not going to do much with that unless you're 9 feet tall. That'll bring Ozzy Albies to the plate. Ozzy, first pitch down below the knees, 1-0. Ozzy Albies, he's 0 for 1. The 1-0 pitch misses high, 2-0. Dodgers beat the Reds earlier today, 6-0. It was Ashcraft versus Kershaw. The 2-0 to Ozzy. The wind-up, swing and a miss. Slider on the outer edge. Could not time that one up, and it's 2-1. Giants 6, Colorado 4. That's a final out west. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high, but foul down the right field line. Couldn't keep it straight. If he does, it doesn't leave the building, but I think it probably gets in the corner. So a 2-2 count. The pitch, high and outside. Tried to get him to chase that same one that Eddie went after. It's 3-2. So a 3-2 count to Ozzy. The wind up, the throw, down below the knees. Did he go around? He did not. Held up just barely. Wasn't sure if third base umpire John Lipka was going to agree. That was a close one. We'll take it. Runners on first and second and 1 out. And Marcell Ozuna coming to the plate. Marcell Ozuna, he's 0 for 1 tonight. The first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss fastball, top shelf. It's 0-1. Ozuna's average now up to 233. Who would have thought that a few weeks back? The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, pulled the string on that slider, and it's 0-2. Standing on deck is Orlando Arcia. Nothing else you'd like to see Ozuna work the count here, really run his pitch count up. He's at 65 now through 2 1/3. The 0-2 pitch, fastball, tried to get him to chase up high. It's 1-2. He's done that with everybody now. Once he had the success with a couple of folks, he gets 2 strikes on him. He tries to get them to swing at a pitch around letter high, but over the plate. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. Chase that one. That was a little better pitch. In Ozuna's defense, that one crossed over the plate. Would have been a ball, but it's got to be a hard one to lay off of. So 2 on, 2 out. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. One swing could tie it. The pitch. Fastball misses outside, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Arcia. Standing on deck is Harris. Acuna in the hole. The wind up the pitch. Fastball just nips the corner on the outer edge. Up high, it's 1-1. The 1-1 from Verlander. Swing! And that ball is ripped down into the center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes the run. Darnold will score. And it's 6-4. The Braves have cut it to 2. Runners on the corners. 2 outs. Michael Harris coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Arcia. It was a fastball on the outer edge. He got just out in front of it and yanked it over the head of the shortstop Lindor. Going first to third was Ozzie. That would have gotten down a little further. He would have scored. First pitch on the way to Harris is high and inside. It's 1-0. Many different ways that run from third could score now. Braves trail by 2. Still a long way to go. The 1-0 pitch. High and out of the zone. It's 2-0. They checked down the third base line. There's no way he went around. Mentioned this before, but man, years ago, you did not, the catcher did not instigate the check down the third base line. He had to wait till the umpire actually did it. Nowadays, today's umpire, they just follow suit. The 2-0's in the dirt. Ball 3-0. Now you got a 3-0 count to Harris. With Acuna standing on deck, you've got to be taking here. Make him throw you a strike. He loads the bases. A base knock would tie it. The 3-0 from Verlander, the wind up the pitch, inside ball 4. And a 4-pitch walk, 74 pitches. Mets pitching coach is going to come out and they'll huddle up and talk to Verlander. This is more to give him a breather. Guy as advancing his career as Verlander doesn't need to be talked to and calmed down. This is more just to give him a breather, give him a chance to catch his breath. But any way you look at, the bases are now juiced. Ducks all over the pond, and Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. The Braves trail by just 2. A base hit would tie it up in all likelihood. Arcia is not the fastest runner, but he's got decent speed. The first pitch on the way to Acuna as they set up outside wide out of the zone, ball 1. And the difference between Acuna today and Acuna 3-4 years ago, he would have swung at that. The 1-0 to Ronnie. The wind up, they set up outside and high again. Outside, ball 2, 2-0. Nowhere to put Ronald Acuna Jr. Mets are actually playing the infield pretty straight up. Now, the second baseman's cheating, but everyone else is pretty straight up, which is a little surprising. The 2-0 from Verlander, the wind up the pitch, ball 3. They check down first base, and James Hoy says, "Are you serious?" So now we got 3-0. You got to make him throw a strike. Now, he has thrown 7 consecutive balls, and 5 of them have been nowhere near the zone. A ball is a run. The 3-0 pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 4, and your Atlanta Braves have cut it to a 1-run lead. We got us a shootout here in Dixie. This might be the end. Buck Showalter's coming to the top of the steps. Now, keep peering into the Mets bullpen, but I haven't seen any indication they're ready to pull him yet. Showalter went to the top steps to fill something out, and Verlander jumped off the mound. Olsen wanted a balk called because Arcia had no one holding him on, but they didn't call it. First pitch on the way is a fastball right down the pipe, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the right field line. Just foul. He really put the wood on that one, but could not keep it straight. Slapped up against the netting just before you get to the corner down there. Man, oh man alive, that would have scored all three. Put it in play, put the pressure on them. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. It's 0-2. Verlander now at 81 pitches. Come hell or high water, this might be his last inning no matter what. It's a lot of pitches to put on an arm in a short time. The 0-2 pitch from Verlander. Swung on and missed strike three. The Mets are out of the inning, but not for your Atlanta Braves. Cut it to a one-run lead. Hey, I'll take it. We're in an old-fashioned shootout. We'll be back in a flash. 6-5 New York on a Thursday night in Atlanta.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Eddie Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Baseball was mighty glamorous and exciting to me, but there's no use in blinking at the fact that at that time, the game was thought by solid, respectable people to be only 1 degree above grand larceny, arson, and mayhem. And those who engaged in it were beneath the notice of decent society. Connie Mack.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by just 1. We have had an absolute seesaw battle. First pitch on the way from Strider is a swing and a miss strike from Vientos, the number 9 hitter. It's 0-1. Detroit has taken a 2-1 lead. That game is heading to the bottom of the 9th. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to Riley. Riley charges, fires it over to first. 5-3 put out. And there's one away here in the top of the 4th. I was watching our game, so I didn't really see how it unfolded, but I do know Kimbrell was on the mound, so he coughed up the lead for the Phillies. A game where, if you're just joining us, Zach Wheeler had a no-hitter into the 8th inning in a scoreless game, and their bullpen has coughed it up. First pitch on the way from Strider to Nimmo. He's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Nimmo done the most damage in this game. He's 1 for 2 with a grand slam. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's fouled back out of play. 0-2. Hope y'all are having a good Thursday night here on Braves Country Baseball. The 0-2 pitch. Swing! And fouled down the line. Do it again at 0-2. We're back at it tomorrow night, 7:20 first pitch, Friday Night Baseball. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. Just got enough to stay alive there. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves will be welcoming in the Washington Nationals to Truist Park. The 0-2 pitch on the way in the dirt. 1-2. Saturday we'll have the afternoon tilt. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and fouled out of play. 1-2. Checking to see if there's any news. Nothing official has come across about who the starter will be yet for tomorrow night. The 1-2 pitch. Whoa, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It clipped the zone. But Vondrack didn't give him the call. 2-2. You like to have that call. And wait a minute. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and grounded foul. The news has been broken by Yahoo Sports a little while ago. A.J. Smith-Shawver will make his first major league start tomorrow night. We'll have the game right here. We knew it was going to be between him and Schuster tomorrow, and whoever didn't pitch tomorrow would pitch Saturday. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. Ball 3, 3-2. So an interesting development there. Shawver, 3-2 pitches in the dirt, nowhere near the zone. That was about a 52-foot slider. And you can just go ahead and say it. Brandon Nimmo owns Spencer Strider. He is now 6 for 13 lifetime. 2 home runs, a grand slam, and 3 walks. First pitch on the way to Alvarez is a fastball, misses way out of the zone, 98 miles an hour, 1-0. The 1-0 to Francisco Alvarez. Swing and a miss, 94 up top, 1-1. The good news is if the Mets keep playing like this, we won't have to worry about Strider facing Brandon Nimmo in the playoffs. The 1-1 from Strider. Swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going over the wall, and that's a home run. 2 more runs given up by Strider to the New York Mets, and it is now 8-5. This is turning into a slow pitch softball game. That was one of those pitches that I don't know if it goes out of every park. 392 feet. The launch angle was high as all get out. I'm not sure about that 392. It barely cleared the 375 wall. First pitch on the way to McNeil is belted down the right field line. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouled away. 95, it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. The wind up. Swing and a miss. Strike three. 96 miles an hour. Right down Main Street for out number 2. So that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Francisco Lindor. Lindor takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down below the knees. Ball 2, 2-0. Spencer Strider sitting at 86 pitches now. The wind up, the pitch swung on, grounded back up the middle. Arcia's got it, flips it over to first, and the inning's over, but not before the Mets put 2 more on the board. We've got 13 runs across the plate, and we're heading to the bottom of the 4th. Buckle up, Braves country.
Are you ready to eat?
Oh, right. Let's go. It's time to eat. We're going to dinner.
Dinner? Well, what time is it?
It's 4:30.
4:30. Who eats dinner at 4:30?
We got to catch the early bird. It's only between 4:30 and 6.
Yeah, they give you a tenderloin, a salad, and a baked potato for $4.95. You know what that costs you after 6?
We eat at a decent hour. I'll treat, okay? You're not buying us dinner.
I'm not force-feeding myself a steak at 4:30 to save a couple bucks, I'll tell you that.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Companies of every kind promoted baseball for their workers. Management believed it encouraged teamwork, provided a healthy way to fill spare time that might otherwise be devoted to labor agitation, and taught immigrant workers how to be real Americans. Nearly every industry had a lead. Railroads, steel, electricity, coal and iron, textiles, meat packing, automobiles, and thousands of workers came out for factory games on the weekends.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Justin Verlander, he gone. Mets are going to the bullpen. That's what $43 million gets you. Got through 3 innings. And Nugasek will come in to face Austin Riley. First pitch on the way to Riley is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves have won the series. Now they're going to try to complete the sweep. The 1-0 pitch swung on and rifled down the third base line. Long throw for Beatty, and Riley's going to beat it out for an infield single. And there's one aboard with nobody out. Steven Nugasek, the right-hander, 28-year-old pitcher from Roseville, California, drafted by the Red Sox back in 2016, played his college baseball at Oregon. He couldn't duck that infield single. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. First pitch on the way is high and out of the zone for ball. It's 1-0. I took a long trip just to get to that bad pun, if anyone caught that one. The 1-0 pitch to Darnode, down below the knees, ball 2-0. Nuggets comes into the game with a 5.55 ERA through 12 games this year, 156 whip. His career ERA is 4.98 and a 146 whip. 2-0 pitch, 93-mile-an-hour fastball, pumped it right by him inside. It's 2-1. Nogasek has been with the Mets since 2019, usually mop-up guy. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 94. On the outer part of the plate, it's 2-2. So when he comes in, typically they're going to expect him to go at least 2 innings. We'll see how this goes here. Braves hope to get to him, cut into this lead. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Darnode. 1 on, nobody out. Swing and fouls it straight back. Slaps it up against the screen. It's 2-2. Braves so far are 4-1 on the season against the New York Mets. Still 2 more series, 1 in Queens and 1 in Atlanta. And unbelievably, they finish up pretty early in the season. Looks like the Phillies are going to walk off the Tigers. They won at 3-2. Looks like Clemens got the game winner. 2-2 pitches in the dirt. It's 3-2. Yeah, that was Clemens. Got the game winning double down the line. For folks who don't follow it, that's Roger Clemens' son. The 3-2 to Darnode. Swing, and that ball's grounded over. And it's going to bounce over and high into the sky. And Beatty will wait for it to come down like a punt. And the runner's on first and second. Nobody out. It was a hard hit ball. Ricocheted off his wrist, really. And I've never seen a ball go straight up like that. I thought it was going to trickle into left field. It just went straight up and down. Like a free throw coming through the net. So runners on first and second, nobody out. And the first pitch on the way to Rosario is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. That pitch was scalded. The 1-0 pitch on the way, inside ball 2-0. They did give an error to Beatty. The ball was hit right at him, but man, it was hit hard. The 2-0, down and in, ball 3-0. It's one of those ones where you know they're going to give you an error because it's the big leagues. But man, there's not many folks would have made that play. That ball was absolutely smoked, and it went 2 hops, and that second hop got a lot of top spin. It was almost like a trick shot in pool. The 3-0 pitch, right there for a strike. Eddie taking all the way. It's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Chased a fastball out of the zone. Would have been ball 4. Would have loaded the bases with nobody out. But instead, sitting here with a full count. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Ozzie on deck. The wind up, the pitch. Swung on and just got a piece of that. Just keep it alive. Rolled it foul in between home and first. Standing on deck is Ozzie Albies. Ozzie's 0 for 1. So we'll go back at it again. The wind up, the pitch, swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground over to first. Taking a second to relay it, and Eddie is going to beat out the attempted double play. So it went Vientos had a hard time getting the ball out of his glove. It went 3-6 back to first. So a 3-6-1 on the play. Austin Riley makes it over to third. Eddie is safe on the fielder's choice. Austin's down to third. We've got runners on the corners. One away. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Another guy who's pretty hard to double up. Hopefully he can at least get one run in and cut into this lead. Long way to go in this one. First pitch on the way is a check swing, foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. Pitch went inside on Ozzie. He tried to bend out of the way, and the bat head just got in the way. Ozzie walked and scored a run. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and grounded up the middle. This is going to be a double play. 6-3 right at Lindor to end the inning. Nugasek pumps his fists. Braves trail by 3, but a long way to go in a high-scoring ball game. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm not saying that it's rough where I live, but my Walmart is selling Father's Day cards in packs of 5.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Big Sexy Bartolo Colon is a very fondly remembered player. When he hit a home run against the Padres in 2016, he actually set a record. He became the oldest player to hit his first career home run at 42 years old. Melky Cabrera, in 2012, after getting suspended for high testosterone levels, he made a fake website to try and challenge his suspension. He argued that this phony website he created had given him banned substances without his knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the plan didn't work.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I will not tolerate profanity, obscene language, or personal insults from my bench. I will always insist, as long as I am manager of the club, that my boys be gentlemen. There is room for gentlemen in any profession. Connie Mack.
Baseball was Mac's livelihood, but it was also his life, and he was worried about the game's integrity. The real name of the man who built the Athletics was Cornelius Alexander McGillicuddy. Born in 1862 to Irish immigrants, he began as a catcher. He spent 11 years in the majors, managed to play every position except third base and pitcher, and vigorously supported John Montgomery Ward and his ill-fated Players' League. In 1901, he became part owner of the Philadelphia Athletics and immediately made himself manager, a post he held for 50 years. Connie Mack became baseball's most conspicuous gentleman, managing in coat and tie, demanding that his players be on their best behavior.
Welcome back, Braves Country. Well, it's gotten ugly. We got Nagasek pitching for the Mets and Michael Tonkin pitching for the Braves in a game that was started by Spencer Strider and Juster Verlander. 8-5 your score. There's already been 16 hits and 2 errors. Tonkin comes in with a 3.42 ERA. He's set to face Beatty here. First pitch on the way is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 1-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Michael Tonkin. The big lanky right-hander kicks and deals, swung on and knocks that slider fouling out of play. Do it again. Beatty is 2 for 2 on the night. Michael Tonkin, 6'7", 220 pounds. From Palmdale, California. The 1-2 pitch. Got him! He got caught watching the paint dry. Fastball on the inside cut for out number 1. Pulling it up here because I'm trying to remember. Michael Tonkin, his last appearance was way back in May 23rd versus the Dodgers. So he was activated recently. First pitch on the way to Marte is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and lifted high into center field. It's going to drop down. Didn't get very far. Seeing eye single for Starlin Marte. 1 on, 1 out. Tommy Pham coming to the plate. Tommy Pham from Las Vegas, Nevada. Drafted by the Cardinals way back in 2006. First pitch on the way. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Tonkin. Marte leaning towards second. Pitch is fires up and misses. It's 2-0. Tonkin looks in on the 2-0 pitch. 1 on, nobody out. The wind up, the throw, swing. That ball's hammered down the left field line. And will it stay in? It's going to stay in, but it goes off the wall. Poorly played by Rosario is going to cost us a run. Here comes the throw. But no, maybe not. Maybe he got him. He did get him. Marte thinks he's safe, but we're going to have to see. That was a heck of a relay. Poorly played by Rosario. But Orlando Arcia fired a missile. Buck Showalter wants to challenge it. It was a good relay throw. The throw, I think it really comes down to, did he hit his arm that he was reaching out? It's going to be a tough one to overthrow. Getting a couple of different looks here. It looks like they got his hand. I'd be surprised if that had got overturned. That definitely looks like it got his hand as he was going in. Yeah, he hit his hand. Because if he didn't hit his hand, then he wouldn't have jammed it like that. If somehow he avoided that glove swipe and went around it, well, maybe that's a tough one. I just think it's going to be really hard to overturn that. Looks like he hit it right there. So difficult to see. But the review is coming from New York, so you never know if you got a Mets fan in there. See, if you look at the one angle that's up from the shortstop third base area, looks like he missed it. But if you look at the one right there at the plate, it looks like he got him. It's a tough one. It's either going to be 9-5 with 2 outs and a runner on second, or 8-5 with 2 outs and a runner on second, or 9-5 with 1 out and a runner on second. Tough review. I think Showalter's, I don't think that's a terrible review. Of course, if he gets it, it's a good review. Yep, they're going to call him safe. I doubt that he actually was safe, but it's a really difficult, because it looked like that the tag came through and touched him, but I think they were focusing on the fact that when the glove was completed with the swipe, he then hit his leg. Either way you look at it, it's 9-5, and it was the poor play off the wall that caused the whole thing. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Narvaez is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. So 9-5 your score. Braves trail by 4. There's 1 out and a runner on second. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky into center field, drifting back and making the catch is Harris. He's going to fire it into the infield. Pham faked like he was heading towards third. So Harris fired one in, but common sense would tell you you gain nothing by doing that. So Pham stayed at second. He was just trying to bait a throw and hope for one to get away. So that'll close the books on Spencer Strider. Spencer Strider struggling again against the Mets tonight. 4 innings, 8 earned runs, 8 hits, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Vientos. It's a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. He's on the hook for a loss here if the Braves can't come back, but there's a long way to go and only 4 runs down. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike. 0-2. The 0-2 from Tonkin, winds and deals, swing and fouls it back. Do it again at 0-2. Next time he faces the Mets, I mean, he needs just, I think Strider needs to go with maybe a different strategy. Try something different, because what he does just does not work against the Mets. They don't strike out like other teams. The 0-2 pitch, off the plate wide, ball 1, 1-2. And then he also had the unfortunate of grabbing Clinton Vondrak behind home plate, who calls a very tight strike zone. The 1-2 from Tonkin, fastball outside wide, 2-2. One on, 2 out, top of the 5th inning. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky into center field, going back on the track at the wall. It's going to die at the 4:08 mark to end the inning. Woo! We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the 5th. Braves grab the bats here in Atlanta.
What can I say? I guess you're on to me. You said you'd take a bullet for me. You'd never take a bullet for me. Probably not. No one ever takes a bullet. It's just something people say that they don't mean, like, how was your day? Or, we'll stop if it hurts.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. When the Dodgers beat the Giants in the 2021 NLDS, it was Max Scherzer who closed out the game. Because the score was 2-1, Scherzer was credited with a save. It was the very first save of Scherzer's 16-year-long professional career. In 1980, the legendary Willie Mays was actually banned from baseball. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn learned that Mays had taken a job at a casino and was concerned that he would gamble, even though he only worked there as a greeter. The ban didn't last long and was reversed 5 years later in 1985.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
In 1912, Boston fans had both a championship and a bright new ballpark to boast about. It was there they had beaten the New York Giants, and fans were convinced it had brought them good luck. Built in a marshy area called the Fens, the park's most prominent features included a badly sloping left field that was called Duffy's Cliff, because Red Sox left fielder Duffy Lewis had learned to play it so well. The left field wall was just 320 feet from home plate and was very friendly to right-handed hitters and very damaging to the windows of store owners across the street.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Marcell Ozuna, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Nagasaki is back out there. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep, going back at the track, at the wall. Over the wall, baby! A solo blast by Marcell Ozuna, and it's 9-6. The Braves have cut it to a 3-run lead. His 12th home run of the year, 26th RBI, 390 happy feet, 109 miles an hour off the bat of the Big Bear. He absolutely walloped that pitch. That'll bring Arcia to the plate, and Orlando Arcia takes the first pitch for a strike up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Strike blew it right by him. Fouled out of play. It's 0-2. Toronto leads Houston 3-2. That game is in the 7th. Standing on deck is Michael Harris. The second in the hole is Acuna. Braves trail by now just 3. The 0-2 pitch just misses outside. 1-2. Good pitching matchup in Toronto. The 1-2 pitch swing, and that ball's belted high and deep into center field. It's going to die just at the warning track. Thought he might have got it, but I think the wind might have pushed it into center. Thought he might have actually gotten that thing into the left center area, but might have just gotten a touch underneath it. For out number 1. Michael Harris, the second, comes to the plate. He takes a hack at the first pitch, fouls it straight back, and it's 0-1. The 0-1. Harris 0 for 1 on the night. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees. Good take by Michael. It's 1-1. Michael Harris with the dramatic home run last night that won the series. 1-1 pitch is fouled off. It's 1-2. Just keep chipping away at this lead. You never know with this Mets bullpen. The 1-2 pitch inside. Ball 2-2. And if you remember, last few nights, it's been the 6th inning. We're still an inning away from that has really ignited this offense. They got a couple last night in the 5th as well. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Actually, a pretty impressive stop by Narvaez. That was a short hop, and he just kind of nonchalantly backhanded that one. Full count to Harris. Nagasek with 29 pitches in the outing. They set up high and wide outside. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit high into left field, off the wall. Harris comes trucking around first. He's heading into second, and it's going to be a 1-out double for Michael Harris the second. And the Braves got something cooking here in Hotlanta. Good piece of hitting by Harris. Pitch was on the outside, and he got his arms extended. So runner on second, 1 out. The hind catcher, Narvaez, is coming out to talk to Nagasek. They're about to face Ronald Acuna Jr. Buck Showalter's coming out to, I'm assuming, make a pitching change. They were just buying some time. And they do have Brigham warming up in the bullpen, so I would assume this is it. Showalter out there talking to Nogasek. My guess is he's just trying to buy as much time as possible. He is. They're going to head to the pen. We'll head to break. When we come back, runner on second, 1 out. Braves trail by just 3.
What are you putting on makeup? When you find the pumps to match your skirt, get out in the gym, start warming up. Let's go.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time, he didn't swing the bat. Francisco Liriano, in 2012, he signed a deal with the Pirates, but the contract was quickly voided. This is because he broke his arm trying to scare his kids on Christmas, but the deal went through a few months later.
Armchair.
John McGraw's New York Giants had never really recovered from the Merkle boner, the base-running error that cost them the pennant in 1908. Though they remained a perennial National League power with superb pitchers like Christy Mathewson and Rube Marquard, and won the pennant in 1911, they couldn't seem to win a World Series. Then, in 1912, after dominating the league throughout the season, they faced one of the greatest of all Boston Red Sox teams in the World Series. The Red Sox had won 105 games, an American League record, and their intimidating lineup included Harry Hooper, Tris Speaker, and a dazzling fastball pitcher named Smokey Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood was a pitcher who, though not remembered nearly as well as Walter Johnson, was at his peak his equal, and such that in the 1912 season they both had these extraordinary streaks of winning 16 consecutive games. When he was at his prime, it was Walter Johnson who said of him, "There's no man alive throws as hard as Smokey Joe Wood."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jeff Brigham's going to come into the game. Brigham, big right-handed pitcher. Second time we've seen him in the series. The first pitch on the way is inside 94 miles an hour. 1-0. 3.63 ERA. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider on the outer edge. Evens up the count at 1-1. Righty-righty matchup. Oh, inside 94. Puts Acuna down on his wallet. They were trying to bust him inside. Don't think they were trying to go that high. Probably a message pitch to keep him from leaning out over the plate. Knowing Showalter, you never know. The 2-1 pitch. High and inside. Ball 3-1. Showalter's pretty old school. It wouldn't shock me if he's still rumbling about the hit by pitch to Alonso. If you missed it, Charlie Morton went and apologized after the game. The 3-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Can of corn for out number 2. So much to do about nothing. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson. He stands at the plate with Harris at second. He's 1 for 3 with a single. A base hit would cut this to a 2-run lead. The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Took something off on that one. Looked like a cutter. Just under his hands, it's 0-1. Olson, 17 home runs on the year, 43 RBI. The 0-1 pitch, high and inside. Another inside pitch. Brigham, second time he's come high and inside. The 1-1, way outside wide, 2-1. he throws another one like that high and inside, I'd say Michael Harris can get to him before the guy at the plate can. Just goes and harpoons him. The 2-1 pitch swing, and that ball's popped up. Another easy pop fly. That'll end the inning. Braves put one on the board and bring it within 3. We'll head to the 6th inning. New York leads it 9-6.
Of all the crazy baseball stats that we see like on a daily basis, this one right here has to take the cake. This is definitely one of those like, do we live in a simulation? Because history has just oddly repeated itself. Look at this. Through 403 career games, Vlad Guerrero Sr. had 87 home runs and an on-base percentage of 363. Okay, now Vlad Guerrero Jr. through the same 403 career games, 87 home runs, and an on-base percentage of 363. What the heck? The games, the home runs, that's one thing, but the on-base percentage, like down to the 3rd decimal point, that is mind-blowing.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Why is baseball, you ask? Because it is like charity. It never faileth. It is always there except on wet grounds. And to the man who is too old to keep up with the attempt to civilize football, and too young to need so soothing a sedative as golf, who works hard when he works, who wants to rest hard when he rests, who wants a drama that is as full of surprises for the actors as it is for the audience, who wants a race that cannot be fixed like a horse race, who is so genuine and American that he wants something to kick about without meaning it, and something to yell about that everyone around him will think more of him for yelling about. To that man, baseball is the one great lifesaver in the good old summertime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Tonking is going to go back to work. He'll face the top of the Mets order here. Tonkin being asked to do yeoman's work here, get through the 6th inning, try to keep it where it is. The first pitch on the way to Nimmo is a ball inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there, top shelf for a strike, intercut. It's 1-1. Tonkin threw 17 pitches in his first inning through, so he should be okay right now. The 1-1 pitch, fastball right there, first strike. It's 1-2. If he could get through a fairly quick inning, I think they'd love to get 3 innings out of Tonkin. As the 1-2 pitch way outside, it's 2-2. If you're just joining us, Spencer Strider started tonight and he got annihilated. Same thing with Justin Verlander for the Mets. The 2-2 pitch is sawed off, foul down the left field line towards the Tarps. Do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 swing just gets a piece of there. So 2-2 count. The wind up the pitch, swing and grounded over to first. Olsen's got it. He's going to step on the bag just before Nimmo for out number 1. Good hustle by Olsen. He realized Tonkin probably wasn't going to beat out Nimmo going down the first base line. He put it into another gear. So that'll bring up the number 2 hitter, Alvarez, who has a home run on the night. The first pitch on the way, 92 miles an hour. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Alvarez with a 2-run home run in the 4th inning. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! And then a miss. Took something off that sweeper there. It almost hung in the air as he swung right through it. 0-2. Braves and Nationals tomorrow night. First pitch, 7:20. And the youngster, A.J. Smith-Shawver, if you're just joining us, will get the nod. Get his first start ever in the big leagues. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. 1-2. Means Jared Schuster's being pushed back to the Saturday start. The 1-2 pitch from Tonkin. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep into center field, and that one's gone. Alvarez, 2 home runs on the night. A solo shot. I mentioned at the beginning of the game, I thought he was, outside of Alonso, he's the best hitter that the Mets have. And it was dumbfounding that Showalter had him down at the number 9 spot. It's 10-6. The lead is 4 once again. He can absolutely pummel a fastball. Why the Braves keep throwing him fastballs high in the zone, right there in his wheelhouse. Fan chucked it back in. Braves fan chucked the home run back into the field of play. First pitch on the way to McNeil is high and inside. It's 1-0. Game is far from over. Braves still have 4 more at bats. And they have done a lot of damage on the Mets bullpen in the second half of the game this series. 1-0 pitch is swung on and dropped down into right field for a 1-out single. That'll bring Francisco Lindor to the plate. Anyway you cut it, though, Braves have won this series. Worst case scenario, they'll wake up tomorrow 7.5 in front of the Mets if they can't complete the comeback. I'm sorry, 6.5. They'll be 2.5 again in front of Miami, who has been idle tonight. Miami goes to play the White Sox this weekend and then on the road to Seattle. So they've had a pretty easy schedule the last couple of weeks. It's going to get a little tougher. The first pitch on the way from Tonkin is roasted into right field, and runners on first and second and 1 out. Tonkin just throwing batting practice at this point. You wonder how long he'll be asked to stay in there. If you follow the Braves and you follow Snicker, you know that a game like this, he's not going to be willing to dump out the bullpen if he doesn't think the offense can get back in it. The Tonkin's got to step up and get some outs here. The Braves bullpen, by the way, nobody is warming up. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Beatty is, they're going to say that's inside. It clipped the zone, but he didn't get the call. 1-0. Beatty's 2 for 3 with 2 singles, a run, an RBI, a stolen base. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's ripped to first. Olsen's got it, fires it down to second. Arcia guns it back to Olsen at first. They collide. Olsen makes the catch, and it's an inning-ending double play. Arcia gunned it, and I don't even know how. That's the most impressive thing Tonkin's done the entire game. The ball was headed to Olsen, and he had to tippy-toe out of the way to keep from knocking Olsen off first base because he didn't realize Olsen was covering the bag. Tonkin was doing what he was supposed to do, and him and Olsen about got an ugly one. We'll be back in a flash. Braves going to try to climb back in here with a lot of ball game to go. It's 10-6 here in Atlanta.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Bryce, I've been sitting here for 9 innings with you. They're the best team in the National League. Oh, they lose 1 game.
They've lost 5! They've lost 5 out of the last 6! They're falling apart! The Braves never lose!
Armchair.
one pitch away from a pitcher's absolute nirvana. A perfect game. Dennis Martinez ready, and the 1-2 pitch popped in the air to center field. Going deep on it is Marcus Grissom. He's got it on the track. Dennis Martinez being mobbed by his teammates on this 28th of July, 1991. Dennis Martinez has reached the ultimate, a perfect game against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Nothing scratchy, nothing fluky. It was a masterpiece.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody...
So the Braves feed went to break, but the Mets are reviewing this play. And if you look at the replay, they might win this challenge. I was a little surprised it was as close as it was, or that the Braves originally got the out call. I'm going to see what they're going to say here. I think they're going to say that he's safe, or are they going to call him out? And the call does stand. So we will head to break. Stay close by because I don't know how long of a break this will be. That was a long review. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
The longer you wait on the ball, the better you see it, right? The better you see it, the harder you hit it. The harder you hit it, the higher your average is. The higher your average is, the more money you make. And the more money you make, the more you're going to get laid.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1. Who do you think had the most hits in the 1990s? Some names that may come to mind are Tony Gwynn, Ken Griffey Jr., or even Barry Bonds. The answer is actually Cubs first baseman Mark Grace with 1,754 hits in the 90s.
In 1919, no team played better than the Chicago White Sox, pennant winners in the American League, and few teams were paid as poorly or got along as badly. Players deliberately crossed each other on the field. During infield practice, no one threw the ball to second baseman Eddie Collins, Chicago's highest-paid player, all season long. Teammate Chick Gandil had not spoken to Collins since 1915. I thought you couldn't win without teamwork, Collins said later, until I joined the White Sox. Yet somehow we won 100 games and the pennant that year. The White Sox were heavy favorites to beat the better-paid but far weaker Cincinnati Reds in the World Series. The Chicago owner was the old Roman, Charles A. Comiskey, himself a former player, but now among the game's most parsimonious executives.
They were abused horribly by Charles Comiskey, who was a man of a small mind.
We are back. Brigham is back out on the mound, and Riley is at the plate. First pitch on the way is way outside in the dirt. Goes to the backstop. It's 1-0. So with that challenge, the good news is Buck Showalter's out of challenges. We don't have to go through that anymore. The 1-0 pitch to Riley. High and inside, 2-0. Braves still down just 4 runs, and that sounds like a lot in Major League Baseball, but not tonight. These runs have been coming flying by. Braves scored 3 in the first, Mets 5 in the second. Mets 1 in the third, Braves 2 in the third. The 2-0 pitch right there. Belt high, it's 2-1. Mets 2 in the fourth. Braves and Mets each scored 1 in the fifth, and the Mets just scored 1 in the sixth. 2-1 way outside. It's 3-1. So a 3-1 count to Riley. To wind up the pitch high and swing and a miss. Can't believe you went after that one. 3-2. Definitely chased ball 4 on that one. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled off the arm of Brigham. It's going to be an infield single. Actually might have got him on the belt. Going to have to check to see if Brigham's okay. That's one way to send a message back to a guy who's been throwing high and inside to you. Drill him back. Got him right on the small of the back area. They slow it down. You might see. I think he might have gotten lucky and it went off his belt. 105 miles an hour. No, it actually went off his wallet. Almost looks like he had some kind of gloves or something in that wallet, so he might have actually had some padding there. They're going to pull. Well, they're having Brigham walk around. I think they're going to have him have a couple of warm-up tosses to make sure he's okay. He was fortunate. That ball hit him right in the wallet area. He'll probably be sore tomorrow morning, but it looks like he's going to be okay. They're going to give him a couple of warm-up tosses just to make sure. Man, 105 miles an hour coming right back at you. And with a pitcher exposed during his delivery, that's probably like the best place you could get hit. If you're not going to be able to deflect it with your glove. Appears that he's going to be okay. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. d'Arnaud takes the first pitch down below for a ball. It's 1-0. d'Arnaud's 2 for 2. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's ripped down towards the third base line. Making a great play was Beatty. Jumps to his feet, fires it over to third. d'Arnaud's going to be out, a 5-3 putout. But on the play, Riley makes it down to second. One heck of a defensive play by Beatty. That ball was hit hard down the third base side. He had to dive against his glove side towards the third base line, leap to his feet, and a faster runner definitely beats that out. That's going to be it for Brigham as he's getting pounded. Showalter's going to the bullpen. Braves trail by 4. Runner on first, bottom of the 6th.
What's my body count? That is incredibly rude. I have 1 manslaughter conviction. The rest I was acquitted.
Yeah, Rob was kind of a shot in the dark. He came up on his pre-draft visit, had a bad visit. We put him in a room, came back. He was asleep on the floor. Didn't make a very good impression.
He was what? He was sleeping on the floor?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. While the Angels now have their own stadium in Anaheim, they used to play their home games at Dodger Stadium. In the early 1960s, the Angels were a brand new team and had to share the stadium with the Dodgers because a dedicated field had not been built for them. Eventually, in 1966, the Angels got their own ballpark. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me.
Do you see Kaepernick coming back? I mean, he tried out with the Raiders recently.
I heard it was a disaster. I heard it was one of the worst workouts ever. I'm wondering how the hell this happened and the tape didn't get out, right? I mean, somebody wasn't over the fence or nothing? Come on, man. We live in a world right now where you put a drone up. Hey, it ain't like they can stop you. They ain't gonna stop the workout. Talking about there's a drone up here. We don't know who this is. I mean, what? Come on, let's run this.
Armchair.
Who is he anyhow? An actor? No. A dentist? No. He's a gambler. Then added, he's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Fixed the World Series, I repeated. The idea staggered me. It never occurred to me that one man could start to play with the faith of 50 million people with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How did he happen to do that? He just saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? They can't get him, old sport. He's a smart man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Brooks Raley is going to come back in. We've already seen him in this series as well. Raley, the left-hander, set to face Rosario. They're going to leave Rosario in. Thought they may pinch hit. First pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball's going to get dumped into center field. Down for a base hit. Riley is going to come around third. This is going to be close. No, they're going to cut off the throw, and the Braves score. It's 10-7. They cut off the throw. That would have been a lot closer. Riley had to double back. He thought possibly that ball was going to get caught. So by the time he really got his wheels going, Nimmo had gotten some momentum. Riley, good base running. He lets that ball go through. He probably beats it, but it would have been pretty close. Rosario was not moving towards second. First pitch on the way to Ozzie, who's been turned around out of the right side. A swing and a miss strike. It's on 1. Ozzie corkscrewed and came out of his shoes on that one. He was trying to hit himself a 6-run home run. The 0-1 pitch. Way outside wide. It's 1-1. Ozzie Albies 0 for 2 with a walk. In the third, he scored a run. The 0-2 on the way. Swing and pops it up. That's going to be an easy can of corn. Marte makes the catch for out number 2. Pitch was on the outside, and Ozzie was trying to pull everything that entire at bat, and he just dove out and then just kind of flipped the bat out there for the easy out. So that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna, solo shot his last time up. First pitch on the way to Marcell is just off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. One swing of the bat here could make it a 1-run game. The 1-0 pitch. High and just misses. It's 2-0. The 2-0 count to Ozuna. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep. It's not going to be enough, though. More height than depth for out number 3. So that'll end the inning. The Braves put one on the board, get a little closer. We'll head to the 7th inning. It's 10-7 in Atlanta.
Will you share this toothbrush holder with me?
I would love to.
Did we really need to be here for this?
Call me crazy, but I found it moving.
Does Dale Murphy belong in the Hall of Fame? He led the National League in games, at-bats, runs, hits, extra base hits, RBIs, runs created, total bases, and plate appearances in the 1980s. He went to 7 All-Star games and won 5 Gold Gloves in a row. He also won 4 Silver Slugger Awards in his career. He led the National League in home runs twice, RBIs twice, slugging percentage twice, and OPS once. Only Mike Schmidt hit more home runs between 1980 and 1987. Only Rickey Henderson scored more runs. Only Schmidt and George Brett had a better slugging percentage. Only Schmidt, Brett, and Eddie Murray had a better OPS plus. The only other back-to-back MVP winner outside of Cooperstown is Roger Maris.
To boost their gate receipts, the owners decided that the 1919 World Series would be a best-of-9 game contest. The first game was held in Cincinnati. Eddie Cicotti, ordinarily a master of control, hit the first batter in the back. Then he threw wild, bobbled a grounder, ignored his catcher's signal. Swede Risberg ruined an easy double play by failing to step on the bag. Joe Jackson threw wide from the outfield and seemed to slow down to miss balls near him. Cincinnati won 9-1.
This contest between the Reds and the White Sox is something that is concentrating the nation's attention and its faith. It was visible from the very first pitch, the first game, when the signal was put in, and Eddie Cicotte hit the first batter, and that was the signal to the gamblers that the fix had worked. The only thing that the gamblers did wrong with that series, from their own perspective, is that they made the mistake of letting the Reds win the first game, because that drove the odds down. And if the White Sox, the Black Sox, had won the first game, Rothstein and his cohort would have made a hell of a lot more money.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves New York Mets, 10-7 your score. Joe Jimenez comes into the game. Jimenez fires the first pitch into Marte, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Jimenez. Swing and a miss, 95 right down the pipe. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch from Jimenez. Swung on, popped up, high in the sky. Underneath it is Ronald Acuna Jr. for out number 1. Tommy Pham will come to the plate. Tommy Pham is 1 for 3. First pitch on the way from Jimenez. Kicks and deals right there. Nice bender at the knees. It's 0-1. Pham 1 for 3, an RBI double in the 5th. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees. Good pitch by Jimenez. If he can start getting that over, he might have something there. It's 0-2. Two sliders that have looked really good. The 0-2 misses out of the zone. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swing! Fastball just held up on that 95 inside. Evens up the count at 2-2. High scoring affair here in Atlanta. Top of the 7th inning, 17 runs across. So if you took the under, you did not win tonight. The 2-2 pitch. Just missed. Slider on the outer edge. Pretty good pitch by Jimenez. But the third time he'd thrown that, this time Pham was able to lay off. So he's ran the count full now. The 3-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded hard over to short. Arcia's got it, fires it across the diamond, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 2. So 2 outs, and Jimenez will now face Narvaez. Left-handed hitting catcher. First pitch on the way to Narvaez, way inside, 96 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good slider again. This has got to be the best slider I've seen from Jimenez since he's come over to the Braves this year. If he can do that and spot his 95-mile-an-hour fastball, he might have something. The 1-1 pitch just misses. And I mean just misses. The 90-mile-an-hour changeup really works more like a sinker. 2-1. The 2-1. Fastball right there at the knees. 2-2. 95 miles an hour at the knees on the inner part of the plate. That is a tough one to catch up with. So a 2-2 pitch. The wind up, the throw, swing and a miss, strike 3, and a 1-2-3 inning for Jimenez. That might be the best news of the entire night. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the 7th. Braves grab the bats.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown through every stew. Casey Blue on a Saturday her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out with the crowd. I need a peanut and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is right there for a strike from Rayleigh. He's back out there. 0-1. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees. 1-1. Bottom of the 7th, Arcia, Harris on deck, and Acuna in the hole. If anything gets going, Matt Olson. The 1-1 is way outside. Looks like he might have lost the handle on that one. It's 2-1. He's gone sinker, changeup, cutter. The 2-1 pitch. Way down and away. Changeup misses, ball 3-1. Rayleigh in danger of walking the leadoff hitter. Looks like Drew Smith is starting to get warmed up in the Mets bullpen. The 3-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's hit high into center field. Will it get down? Diving catch by Nimmo. Good defensive play by Brandon Nimmo for out number 1. He was played pretty deep and the ball was shot up high. He had a lot of ground to cover. Good catch by Nimmo for out number 1. Mets trying not to get swept here in Atlanta. Lefty-lefty matchup. Harris steps in. The first pitch is off the plate. Oh, my God. Vondrak calls that a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. Now at 0-2. So Harris going to have to choke up a little bit, try to make sure if he can make contact with his speed. The 0-2 pitch. Good job just to get a piece of that. It was a little out of the zone, but you couldn't take any chances with 2 strikes. Do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing and bang, foul down the right field line. Hit hard. But right of the first base bag. Each team with 13 hits. They went back and changed one of those errors with the Mets to a hit. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit up the middle, and it's going to get into center field. A 1-out single for Money Mike. And the Braves have got something cooking here in the bottom of the 7th. Good piece of hitting by Harris. It's a fastball, top of the zone. They were shooting for the outer edge, but he got a lot of the plate, and he was able to just drive it back up the middle. Diving attempt. As the ball went through the infield, Lindor unable to get it. They're going to go ahead and make another pitching change. I'm assuming Drew Smith will be back in a flash here in Braves country.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter? No, but Kraft Singles does.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair quarterbacks all year long.
Averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs Howard back. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. One man. Goodbye. Hello, Heisman.
Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is fourth down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow, and Dorsey under pressure. Throws it. Incomplete. The Buckeyes win. They went to Hickman, and Penn State, well-timed blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair quarterbacks.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. A report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way is grounded by Ronald Acuna Jr. into an inning-ending double play. Very disappointing. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm going to let you guys do what you guys got to do. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to go home, make a little macaroni and cheese, seal the window, and turn on the gas.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Yeah, man, I gotta get my money. I'm not playing unless I get mine.
Armchair.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Is that Shakespeare?
Nope, it's Geico.
Yeah. That's Shakespeare from one of his unpublished works. Oh, it be not for awakening. Nay, giveth thou the berries. For 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Nope, it's from Geico, because they help save people money.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but Geico got it from Shakespeare.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
We were playing ball between the lines near Alexandria, Texas, when suddenly there came a scattering fire of which the 3 outfielders caught the brunt. The center field was hit and was captured. The left and right field managed to get back into our lines. The rebel attack was repelled without serious difficulty, but we had lost not only our center field, but the only baseball in Alexandria, Texas.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Joe Jimenez goes back out there and gets to work, and the first pitch is a nice slider at the knees to Vientos. It's 0-1. Vientos 0 for 3 with the strikeout, a ground out, a fly out. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 94, right down the chute. It's 0-2. Braves trail by 3, still 2 at bats to go. The way this game's been going, nothing is out of reach. The 0-2 pitch. Slider, did he go around? They're going to check down the first base side. They did not. Called ball on Vientos. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Kind of a half-hearted swing. Got fooled by that slider. And the young rookie's 0 for 4. Didn't really get a chance to get into it earlier in the game, but Vientos has only played in half the games he's been up. You would think if you're going to have him up, you let him play. If not, you send him back down so he continues to develop. First pitch on the way to Nimmo. Sawed off foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, high and out of the zone, 1-1. One from Jimenez. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. I'm just going to grab a couple of them for tonight. Had so much action in the game. Try to squeeze it in here as we wind this down. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Jimenez really looks good tonight. This is the best I've seen him since his... He had a pretty impressive stint in Detroit at one point. On this date in 1961, Eddie Matthews, Hank Aaron, as Alvarez comes to the plate again, and slider misses inside. It's 1-0. On this date in 1961, Eddie Matthews, Hank Aaron, Joe Adcock, and Frank Thomas hit 4 consecutive home runs in an inning off of Reds pitcher Jim Maloney and Marshall Bridges. The 1-0 swung on and fouled out of the glove of Darnold. It's 1-1. Making the Braves the first major league team to accomplish the feat. The 7-inning big fly barrage. Another blast by Matthews and one by Warren Spahn in a 10-8 game at Crosley Field in 1961. The 1-1 slider. Did he go around? Home plate umpire wants to check. He did not. 2-1. Dodgers right-hander in 1968. Dodgers right-hander Don Drysdale scoreless streak ends at a record 58 2/3 innings. The 2-1 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 3-1. When Howie Bettles' sac fly drives in Tony Taylor in the 5th inning, it will be the Phillies outfielder only RBI for the season. That stood all the way until the 1988-89 season with Oral Hershiser. The wind up the pitch. Fastball, top shelf. Called strike 2. Full count to Francisco Alvarez. On this date, 1986, the Baltimore Orioles, as the 3-2 pitch, fastball just misses, and Alvarez draws the walk and heads down to first. Close pitch, but it did look like he missed the zone. On this date, 1986, man, something must be in the water on this date with all the scoring. The Orioles beat the Yankees 18-9 in the longest 9-inning game ever played in American League history. The contest in the Bronx will feature 36 hits, 16 walks, and 2 errors. The first pitch on the way swung on and lifted high in the sky to Michael Harris. He'll make the catch in center field. And Jeff McNeil's down for out number 3. To put a cap on that, that game would take 4 hours and 16 minutes to complete 9 innings. We'll be back in a flash. Thank God for the pitch clock, right? Here on Braves Country.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you. And God God bless America.
Le'Veon Bell, he put out a single for people to listen to on Twitter of a rap album that he's really proud of. He asked for people to critique it. Keenan Allen, the receiver of the Chargers, came back with the trash emoji.
Appreciate your honesty.
And what's even better, and I can't do it justice because we're on radio, you've got to see the video. The video that he put up. Oh, my God. It's like the most funny and exciting thing I have ever seen because it's like really bad late 80s, early 90s rap video. But anyways, the video is the best part of the whole thing. He's got a hoodie on. It's staged almost like black and white. He's like under a bridge somewhere where there's like a bonfire going.
Hard times.
So like, yeah.
Hard times.
Hard times for a guy making millions.
He can relate.
But the funniest part is when he's got the hoodie on, he's doing poses and stuff like that and kind of jiving around. And then this is the funniest part. Out of nowhere, sorry, I can't get it out. He comes up from under the screen. So in other words, like
from the Muppets or something?
Almost like the Muppets.
When you see just the figure just come straight up.
Yes, the gig comes straight up while he's also in the background.
Uh-huh.
It's like the worst thing put together ever. I don't know how to edit a video. We could do better than this. I'm telling you.
Who's the director, Pouncy?
Armchair.
Harry Wright eats baseball, breathes baseball, thinks baseball, dreams baseball, and incorporates baseball in his prayers. Cincinnati Enquirer.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Yes, the Braves will play tomorrow against the Washington Nationals. We'll have the game right here, 7:20 first pitch. Drew Smith will come back in onto the mound. He's only threw the one pitch to get the double play against Acuna. So he faces Olsen. The first pitch is sawed off foul down the line. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. The wind-up delivery. Swing, and that ball's ripped right to third. I mean, an atom ball. They'll flip it over to first for out number one. You missed the news earlier. A.J. Smith-Shawver will make his major league debut tomorrow. We'll have the call here. Well, his major league starting debut. He did get into the Arizona game in relief. Looked really impressive. But now he'll get the nod to start the game tomorrow night. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Riley. Inside again, 2-0. Couple of curveballs missing inside. Each time Narvaez was set up outside, so he's, I don't know if he's like slipping out of his hand. The 2-0. Swing and a miss, 96 up top. It's 2-1. The 2-1 delivery swung on, and that ball's going to get dumped down into center field for a one-out single for Austin Riley, bringing Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. So don't go anywhere. Braves trail by 3. One more bloop and a blast, and we'll have a tie ball game. Good piece of hitting by Riley. Just fought it off and sent it into center field. Got just enough of it to get it over the second base bag. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. The first pitch on the way. High and inside. That's that same curveball. It's just not hitting. Surprised he doesn't just abandon that. His fastballs look pretty good from Smith. Robertson is warming up in the Mets bullpen. The 1-0. Swing. Fouls it away. 96 miles an hour, top shelf. It's 1-1. Travis d'Arnaud, 2 for 3. 2 runs scored. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep. Will it stay fair? It's gone, baby! Zip, boom, bam! Ram-a-lam-a, ding-dong, a 2-run blast! The Atlanta Braves have cut it to 1 run. 10-9 your score. What an absolute shootout here in Hotlanta. Wake everybody up. No, a lot of folks have dipped out. Wake them up. This one ain't over. And Drew Smith has that long look. They're going to go to the pen to Robertson to try to nail this down. I think they're going to try to ask Robertson to get a 5-out save. We'll be back in a flash.
I was going to Columbia, for Christ's sakes. Wants to be some kind of a professional woman, like you.
A psychiatrist?
And I have to listen to guys like me whine all day.
Here's payoff pitch. And swing on and miss. Strike 3. Yak 'em. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby. We have not been into the World Series in 22 years. But come Tuesday night in Houston, we'll have first pitch. Go dance in the streets, baby.
Have you ever protested anything?
Sure, every time I get thrown out of the pub.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime, North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game. As the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back, Braves Country. The Atlanta Braves trying to do some late inning magic again on the New York Mets. David Robertson's going to come into the game the first time this series we've seen him. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. Man, Rosario cannot lay off that high fastball. It's 0-1. I mean, it's to the point where I don't know why anyone, until he changes, I don't know why anyone would, as the 0-1 misses well inside, 1-1. I don't know why you'd throw him anything else. The 1-1 pitch just misses outside wide, 2-1. Braves looking for the 3-game sweep if they can complete this comeback. What a choke job this would be. The 1-2 pitch, high and outside. Man, they tried to get him to go up again. And if that ball hadn't been about 9 feet out of the zone, he was going to go for it. It's 2-2. You can expect Robertson's going to try to go back to that. That's got to be in their report, their scouting report. The 2-2 pitch, curveball misses outside wide, 3-2. So a 3-2 count to Rosario. He represents the tying run. You got to figure they're going to go back to that pitch again on 3-2, try to get him to chase. The 3-2 pitch, fastball swung on and just missed it, foul down the right field line. That one was down and in. But Narvaez had the glove up and high. So that's where they were wanting to go. Robertson just missed his spot. Narvaez going out there to talk to Robertson. How many mound visits have they had? You're supposed to only have 6. That's at least 12 or 13. Rosario getting ready to climb back into the box. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one down around the ankles for out number 2. Good pitch by Robertson. I did not expect that. I thought for sure there he was going to try to go top shelf again. That ball hung just a little bit, but man, it did do a nosedive when it got to the plate. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie looking for his first base hit. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie is a swing and a soft liner to second, and that'll end the inning. But out before your Atlanta Braves cut it to a 1-run lead. We head to the 9th with a puncher's chance in a game we shouldn't be in. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What's the best part of being a Mets fan?
To be honest with you, like the character development, it really builds you for the rest of your life because it's such a miserable franchise. A lot of peaks and valleys with this team.
So if that's the best part, what's the worst part?
Probably May through September.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Excuse me, what the hell's going on out here? Well, Nick's scared because his eyelids are jammed and his old man's here. We need a live, was it a live rooster? We need a live rooster to take the curse off Jose's glove, and nobody seems to know what to get Millie or Jimmy for their wedding present.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. BJ and Justin Upton both hit their 99th career home runs on the same day, July 20th, 2012. They would follow that up with their 100th career home run on the same day, August 3rd. In between the home runs, they both had 7 hits, 6 singles, and an extra base hit.
I love watching closely what I think is this psychological duel between the pitcher and the batter, as well as a physical duel, knowing that each one is anticipating what the other one is going to do and that one of them is going to win, one is going to lose. I mean, that's what's so wonderful about it. I mean, people who don't understand baseball think about, well, what is it? These 9 guys on the field. If you love it at that moment, it's just as exciting as a heavyweight boxing match. These 2 people are dueling each other. And with all of their memory of the other person, and the great pitchers and the great batters have studied the other person. That's what's so wonderful.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jesse Chavez is coming into the game, and he'll face Francisco Lindor in the heart of the order. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way from it. Jesse is high and out of the zone. Cutter misses. 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit high, but not very deep into center field. Harris is underneath it for out number 1. 10 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for the New York Mets. 9 runs, 16 hits, no errors for the Atlanta Braves. What an absolute shootout. Chavez asking for another ball, so we'll wait on that for a second. He'll face Beatty, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Beatty is called it a ball. That was right on the edge of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. That one did miss way outside wide. 2-0. The 2-0 count from Jesse. The windup, kicks it. Calls it on the outside corner that time, 2-1. Same pitch. Same exact location. Got the call that time. The 2-1. Misses high. Ball 3, 3-1. In fact, the one that was called a ball is the 3-1 pitch right there for a strike. It's 3-2. Beatty dropped the bat. Ball was all over the plate. But the first ball that was called, it was actually about an inch or two inside the one that was called for a strike. So a full count to Beatty. The windup and the pitch way outside wide, ball 4. Beatty will head down to first. One on, one out. Not very often you can say in a Major League Baseball game, if we could have held him to 8. Starlin Marte will come to the plate. He's 2 for 4. The first pitch misses high. It's 1-0. Marte 2 for 4. Single and 2 RBI. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Birthdays real quick. Only a few to hit today. Pete Orr, the ex-Atlanta Brave, played for the Braves from 2005 to 2007. He turns 44 today, the infielder. Non-baseball birthdays is the 1-1 pitch. Misses outside. It's 2-1. Troy Vincent turns 51 today, 5-time Pro Bowler from the Eagles. And Clem Kleischers, 4-time Grand Slam winner, she turns 40. That's your birthdays. The 2-1 pitch. Just off the plate wide, ball 3, 3-1. So Jesse having trouble with his control this outing. Walked one batter. In danger of walking a second. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled into right field. One hopper to Acuna. You got runners on first and second and one out. So Braves climb back into this, but Chavez having a hard time keeping runners put. High scoring affair here in Atlanta. First pitch on the way to Tommy Pham. Way off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Say this is going to be Jesse's game to win or lose. They don't want to dump out the bullpen in a game like this. You either have it and get him out of it or you don't. The 1-0 pitch. Way outside wide, ball 2. The one thing that could be in play, the closer, Dave Robertson. These closers, they're not used to going 2 innings. They're also not used to a long rest. The 2-0 pitch right there for a strike. It's 2-1. Phillies have already won, so they'll creep a half game closer to one of these teams tonight. Washington was smoked out by the air quality coming down from Canada. The 2-1 pitch right there inside, ball 3, 3-1. He's about to load the bases. And if he does, Narvaez is looming on deck. The 3-1 pitch. Well off the plate wide, ball 4. Chavez cannot buy himself a strike tonight. He's been pitching very well here recently. I think Krantz is going to go out there and try to talk to him. Might have been a 1 hit or 2 late. Probably should have went out there the last time. Looks like he was busy eating, I don't know, candy bar or something. He's eating something. Like, come on, man. Focus on your job, your high-paying job. Chavez, Darnaud, and Kranitz are out there talking it over. While that goes on, we'll go ahead and hit the scoreboard real quick. Only a few games of Major League Baseball. By the way, Las Vegas leads the Panthers 2-1 the second intermission. The only other game going on right now, Angels 2-1 over the Cubs. That game is early on in the third. Tampa Bay beat Minnesota. Orioles over the Brewers. Giants over the Rockies. White Sox over the Yankees, and the Yankees over the White Sox. They split the doubleheader. First pitch on the way to Narvaez was swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Philadelphia beat Detroit, and Toronto and Houston 3-2. Cleveland pounded Boston 10-3. And that's your scoreboard. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees, nowhere near the zone, 1-1. Jesse Chavez, 39 years old, from San Gabriel, California. The 1-1 pitch right there for a strike. 1-2. The 1-2 on the way. Chavez lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike three. Man, oh man, was Narvaez going about knee deep into that one. He was trying to send that to the moon. Couldn't catch up. 90 miles an hour right down the plate, but with a little bit of movement and just couldn't connect. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Braves trail by 1. Vientos takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. Chavez 1 strike away from getting out of this. And if he does, you'll put a lot of pressure on that Mets bullpen to not choke away another lead. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Got him! Strike 3. He got caught looking. That'll end the inning. We'll see if we can pull another rabbit out of the hat. Ozuna, Arcia, Harris. All of them can hit one, can't they? We'll be back in a flash.
I understand that we're not friends anymore. Okay, look, man, you brought this on yourself. I know I did, but that's no reason for me to suffer.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores, and make contact.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why did Robin Ventura charge the mound against Nolan Ryan? Robin Ventura getting beaten by Nolan Ryan in a headlock is absolutely iconic. But why did Ventura think it was a good idea to go after Ryan? Pudge Rodriguez has gone on record saying that the White Sox and Rangers had bad blood for years, even as recently as the previous series between the two teams. The inning before the fight, White Sox pitcher Alex Fernandez plunked Ranger outfielder Juan Gonzalez. When Nolan Ryan got on the mound, he retaliated by hitting Robin Ventura. Ventura felt that it was intentional, so he decided to go for it. After the game, Nolan Ryan claimed innocence, saying, "I didn't expect that to happen. I was just trying to pitch him inside." Ventura, on the other hand, felt it was 100% intentional, saying, "If you don't think he did it on purpose, you don't know the game. I'm alright, he gave me a couple noogies, but that was about it."
New York writers were determined to make Christy Mathewson the best pitcher, the pitcher hero of all time. And in that sense, they were tended to ignore Walter Johnson. They couldn't do this because Walter Johnson surpassed Mathewson in so many ways. If Walter Johnson were pitching for a team that had the winning percentage of Mathewson's Giants, there would have been no contest.
All right, Braves country. See if we can pull another one out. Not going to be easy against Robertson, but we got Ozuna, Arcia, and Harris coming up. If anybody gets on, Ronald Acuna Jr. This has been a heck of a game. Heck of a series, really. First pitch on the way from Robertson is a swing and a miss strike. Slider outside the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Good take. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. 2-1. So he's gone slider, cutter. Marcell Ozuna, solo shot in the fifth. A second one would tie the game. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and the ball is banged foul towards the third base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. Ozuna. Righty-righty matchup. The wind-up delivery down below the knees. Good take by Marcell. That one was really close to the zone, just down below the knees, ball 3. So a full count to Ozuna. Nobody on, nobody out. The wind-up the pitch. Swings. Slices it foul out of play. Do it again at 3-2. Hope y'all have enjoyed this series as much as I have. These have been 3 great games, no matter how this one turns out. Braves have already won 2 of them. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Inside ball. Oh, come on. Come on. That is a terrible call. Called for strike 3. Ozuna. That is an god-awful call. Clinton Vondrak, not one of your better umpires, but that is absolutely pathetic. And that's not even one of those ones where you say, well, with 2 strikes, you can't take that pitch. That was inside. It hit the chalk of the batter's box. First pitch on the way to Arcia. I would have liked to have seen Ozuna raise enough cane to get tossed there. That was awful. The 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. Really changes the complexity of the inning. You would have had 1 on and nobody out, and you probably would have lifted Ozuna for a Hilliard, or most likely a Hilliard to pinch run for him. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high, deep down the right field line, just foul. Probably had just enough to get over the fence, but couldn't stay straight. And it's 1-2. Standing on deck is Michael Harris II. The 1-2 pitch. His 19th offering of the evening. The wind-up swing and fouls it back out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Vondrak has just got to be better at the plate. I mean, that is just the 1-2 pitch down below the knees. 2-2. Arcia calls time. So you got to wonder where he's going. Now, he's been throwing the hot stuff high, and then the bender outside. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees, ball 3. They check down the line. James Hoy, the first base umpire, at least he's got his act together. 3-2. They showed the replay. He did not go around. Buck Showalter's doing buckyball type things, yapping from the dugout, but he did not go around. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is blasted high. It's gone deep. It's going back. Mets choke again, baby. It's tied up. 10-10 your score. Hot Atlanta, GA, home of your Atlanta Braves. Hot damn. 414 happy feet, 102 miles an hour off the bat of Orlando Arcia. Captain Clutch comes through again. Woo! Can I get a woo? What a series. What a game. This is fun. Can we play them every week? I mean, these games have been absolutely unbelievable. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris II as we try to catch our breath. We're now in a tie game, 10-10. Good Lord, there's been 31 hits in this game. You know there's going to be 32 at least, most likely, for someone to win the game. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouled out of play. It's 0-2. You knew it was gone. Not only did he clobber the ball, but the moment that ball was hit, Robertson went down to the ground like Charlie did when he accidentally hit Alonso in the hand. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. Harris goes down on strikes, but now Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. Good Lord, that was a hanging slider is what that was. He absolutely pummeled that ball. This goes to extra innings, and Acuna doesn't get on here. He'll be the runner on second, so you can look at that too, the ghost runner. First pitch on the way to Acuna is that slider hanging outside for a strike. It's 0-1. Acuna just 1 for 4 tonight, a double, a walk, a run, and RBI. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's ripped into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And Acuna, the winning run, stands on first with big Matt Olson coming to the plate. You know Acuna's thinking about going. And you know the Mets are thinking about him going. There's going to be a good cat and mouse game going back and forth. Not sure what kind of pickoff move Robertson's had. Narvaez is known to have a pretty good arm. Pitching coach for the Mets going out there making their 34th to 35th trip out there for the night. I mean, did that rule just go away? You used to could only go out there 6 times. Matt Olson will come to the plate now. Ronald Acuna Jr. representing the tying run in a wild affair. 10-10 your score. The first pitch in the dirt gets away, and that'll clear all that up. Acuna's got to head down to second. No need to steal the base. And now a base hit will win this game. Holy cow. That pitch was nowhere. Narvaez looked back at Robertson as the ball was rolling back to him like, are you kidding me with that pitch? The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the right field line, but foul, just foul. 1-1. Braves 10, Mets 10. If you're just waking up and going, what in the hell? It has been a what in the hell game. Both teams, both sides have not been able to stop the other from scoring. Acuna stands on second, representing the winning run. The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone. Ball 2-1. Standing on deck, Austin Riley. You'd at least like to... Well, I was going to say you'd like to at least clear Olson here, but it really doesn't matter. Him and Riley both run slow. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Just missed that slider. Oh, my goodness. Hey, another hanging slider by Robertson. It was just on the outer edge, just couldn't time it up. 2-2. The 2-2 from Robertson. The wind up, the pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 3-2. Robertson, by the way, normally a one-inning pitcher. He's about to throw his 33rd pitch of the evening. And he hasn't pitched in a few days. The 3-2 pitch from Robertson. The wind up, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep down the left field line, going back on the track at the wall, catching it at the wall for out number 3. Let's play some free baseball. We head to the 10th.
He doesn't know when he's being mean because the part of his brain that should know is getting a wedgie from the rest of his brain.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. While warming up for a game in 1983, Yankees player Dave Winfield accidentally hit a bird with a ball. After the game, he was actually taken to a local police station and charged with animal cruelty. Fortunately for Winfield, charges were quickly dropped. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coach. And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted. Eye contact, scented candle, power balance. And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers. Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Sale to a major league team seemed only weeks away, a sure sign of the success with which he hoped to win his father's favor. Then Cobb got a telegram. His father was dead, shotgunned. Cobb's own mother had shot him. Her husband thought she was having an affair, and when he tried to slip into her bedroom window at night to trap her with her lover, she shot him twice. Later, she said, she had mistaken him for a prowler. My father had his head blown off when I was 18 years old by a member of my own family, Cobb told a writer when he was an old man. I didn't get over that. I've never gotten over it. 3 weeks after his father was killed, on August 30th, 1905, Ty Cobb played his first game for the Detroit Tigers.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves are actually going to put their best foot forward. I was wondering if they would use Iglesias here. They've been kind of timid about using the bullpen tonight. Mark Kanya is going to pinch run for Vientos. So he would probably stay into play first base. And Kanya's not the best first baseman out there, so that could come into play later. Kanya with better wheels, so they're putting him in scoring position with the ghost runner. The first pitch on the way from Iglesias, way off the plate wide. It's 1-0. That ball hit by Olsen, if you want to know how close it was, went 336 feet down the line. The 1-0 pitch swing, and that ball's ripped right to second. And we're going to get a double play. Nah, Arcia couldn't hold on to it. Not sure if he would have been doubled up anyways. It was a line drive right to Ozzie. He flipped it over to second, trying to catch Kanya, leading off, inching off. I don't know. It would have been close. Looking at the replay, the ball would have had to been a lot more on target. But anyways, 1 on, 1 out. And Alvarez kind of played, I almost say walk this guy. The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss, pulled the string on that one. Woo! 0-1. Alvarez has got himself a swing, and he's already hit 2 home runs tonight. Not that you necessarily want to walk to get to McNeil, but the 0-1 pitch down below the knees. 1-1. Braves have tied it up. We're in extra innings. The 1-1 swing. Ball's bang foul down the third base line. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. He's going sinker, changeup. The 1-2 swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that puppy for out number 2. That was a great pitch. The changeup. That sinker and changeup, when they're moving, they almost look exactly the same. They're off by about 5 miles an hour. Changeup comes in around 89. The sinker around 94. Changeup with just a little more dip to it. That'll bring McNeil to the plate. Standing on deck is Lindor. Still with the go-ahead run at second. The first pitch is swung on and fouled down the line, 95 miles an hour. Four-seam fastball up top. It's 0-1. McNeil 2 for 5. I mean, it seems like everybody in the lineups on both teams tonight are 3 for 4, 2 for 5, 7 for 9. 32 hits in the game. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the left field line. Just foul, and it's 0-2. So Iglesias is a strike away from getting out of this with the ghost runner. Crowd on their feet, trying to will Iglesias along. He's gone four-seam. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Yak him. Set him down, Joe. My fingers is so. We'll head to break. The Braves are tied. And we're going to grab the bats with that ghost runner lingering around on second.
If you were a bird, where would you fly?
I'd fly to my favorite place, the DMV.
I was just going to say that.
Glad we haven't heard a peep out of you.
If I was a bird, I'd fly into a ceiling fan.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Michael Conforto's mother is an Olympic gold medalist. Tracy Ruiz Conforto was a synchronized swimmer in the 80s and won 2 gold medals in the Olympics along with a silver medal. Tracy was inducted into the International Swimming Hall of Fame in 1993, the same year that Michael Conforto was born.
Over the years, Brooklyn would be represented by many teams with many names. The Atlantics and Excelsiors, the Bridegrooms, Bushwicks and Superbas, the Tip Tops, after the baker of Tip Top bread who owned them for a time, the Robins, after their manager Wilbert Robinson, the Trolley Dodgers, and finally, just the Dodger.
The story of the Brooklyn Dodgers is a story of one of the 5 boroughs in New York. Brooklyn was an independent city to itself until 1898. It was one of the great cities. It was a city with a population bigger than Chicago. But because of the subway, because of the bridges, because of the water and electric facilities, the state forced Brooklyn into the city of New York in 1898. And Brooklyn didn't want to be in the city of New York. New York had the tall buildings and this, that, and the other, and the railroad stations and Broadway. Brooklyn was just well, they call it the bedroom of New York. But the one thing that they had in Brooklyn was a baseball club called the Dodgers. And the whole borough of Brooklyn centered its love and attention on the Dodgers and used the Dodgers against the tall buildings of Manhattan.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country. Braves will head to the bat. Sam Hilliard will come on to pinch run. Mark Kanya is going to be the first baseman now. You haven't been here for this entire game. It's probably taken few years off my life tonight. Someone tell my story. Sam Hilliard will be the pinch runner. Austin Riley will be at the plate. So Matt Olson out of the game. Hunter is the pitcher. First pitch on the way is swung on and miss. Top of the zone. Just missed getting a hold of that one. It's 0-1. Riley 4 for 5, 2 home runs. A 2-run home run, 3 singles. The pitch right there for a strike, 92 miles an hour. I'm surprised he took that one. That was right down Riley's wheelhouse. So you got an 0-2 count now. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled off out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Tommy Hunter, 36 years old, comes in with a 6 ERA, a 1.33 whip. Hilliard stands on second. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Narvaez, keeps Hilliard right there. 1-2. I was just sitting there thinking, Hilliard hasn't moved. You got an 0-2 count on someone. You figure he's going to throw one in the dirt. Would have been a perfect time to go. And the infield's playing back. They're not too close to third base, to be honest with you. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up. It's going to be a can of corn. Should be an easy out over by third for out number 1. So Riley goes down, and it's not a productive out, so the runner stays at second. And Travis d'Arnaud, I don't know if there's anyone you'd rather have at the plate right now than Travis d'Arnaud. He's a crafty hitter, and he's going to try to hit them where they ain't. He is 3 for 4 with 2 singles, a walk, 2-run home run. The wind up the pitch, down and outside, 92 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0. They are in a misses up and high. It's 2-0. They are in a shift. Standing on deck is Eddie Rosario. The 2-0 pitch to d'Arnaud. The wind up, swing and a miss. Mercy. He needs to check that bat for holes because it looked like he was going to get a hold of that one. Might have tipped it out of it near the side of his glove. The 2-1 pitch on the way outside, ball 3-1. Good backhanded stab by Narvaez. That ball almost went to the backstop. Braves 10, Mets 10. Runner on second base, 1 out. Bottom of the 10th inning. The winning run, the 3-1 pitch in the dirt, ball 4. They check down first base umpire James Hoy. He correctly says he did not go around, so he'll head down to first. The only drawback of that is now you got the double play set up. d'Arnaud's run is meaningless. In fact, his presence only sets up the double play. You could, in theory, pinch run for him because you do have Murphy on the bench, but I doubt they do that. So that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Let's get an Eddie chant going on here. Runner on first and second, 1 out. You wonder if they'll try to go upstairs again. The first pitch, swing, and foul down the line. Out of play, 0-1. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. But it was about knee high. That's right in Eddie's wheelhouse. They've been throwing up high and hard all series long. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fastball. Couldn't catch up with that one either. It's 0-2. Runners on first and second. 1 out. Only 2 seconds left on that pitch clock. He finally lets it go. Swing, and that ball is lifted up into left field, and that's going to get caught. Almost like an excuse me swing. He swung at a definite ball. Rosario's mad at himself. He knows he swung. It was almost like a panic swing. It wasn't even like a real swing. I don't know what he was doing. It's almost like last second he just sliced it like a golf shot. I think he was hoping that he hit it soft enough that it was going to fall, but no such luck. So that'll bring it Ozzie Albies to the plate. He is 0 for 4. Most likely, it's a good question. You could have Charlie Culberson make a debut. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Hopefully, we don't have to figure that out. Hopefully, we have a walk-off and nobody has to play first. But Charlie Culberson, we kind of forget he's there, but he's there. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is belted high and deep. It's going back on the track into the chop house. Zip, boom, bam. Jackpot over the wall. A 3-run shot. Your Atlanta Braves have come back and beat the New York Mets 13-10. What an incredible game. What an incredible series. Holy cow. Holy cow. Oh my God, the place is going absolutely coconuts. Culberson was one of the first one at the home plate congratulating Ozzie, probably saying, thank God I didn't have to play first base. 13-10 is your final. Get out your brooms. The Braves sweep the New York Mets. After being down several times, and at one point 10-6 late in the game. Oh my word. What an incredible comeback win. Going to get the numbers for you on that here in a second, waiting for them to come through. Here we go. 111 miles an hour off his bat. That's how hard he hit it if you didn't see it. A 26-degree launch angle. 408 happy feet. And an expected batting average of 990, which I don't get that one. Who in God's name was going to catch that? I mean, literally, God himself would have to jump up and grab it. Into the chop house we go. Oh, my word. What an absolute stunner. And how cool was it that tonight in the Braves booth you had Chipper, you had Glavine, Smoltz. I mean, you had Frenchie, but, you know. I heard a couple of people on Twitter saying that Frenchie was supposed to be doing the play-by-play and he wasn't calling the game. But anyways, the Braves win. The Braves win. The Atlanta Braves win. Holy cow. What an absolute stunner. Go dance in the street, Braves country. We'll see you tomorrow night. Braves 13. Mets 10. The win for Iglesias, the loss by Hunter. Game ball. I mean, there's so many you could give out. It damn sure wasn't Strider or Verlander. You got to give it to Ozzie, though. He had a 3-run walk-off bomb. But there's so many. I mean, the game-tying home run by Arcia. So many game balls we could give out. But if we only give out one, which is what we do, I'm going to give it to Ozzie. 3-run bomb. Holy cow. Go dance in the street. Thursday night, baby. Thirsty Thursday. Chug you one. Woo!
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the Key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Bye.